Okay. Well, no, didn't hear that. It's interesting. Wow. Good evening and welcome to this regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of North Perth. Our meeting date is Monday, May 6th, 2024. I'm Mayor Todd Kasenberg and I'll call this meeting to order. I ask the clerk to note our starting time for the minutes at 7 p.m. A warm welcome is extended to councillors, staff, delegations, and observers who will participate in this meeting, regardless of whether being physically in attendance in the council chamber and list tool, and there are quite a few here tonight, or being connected through web technologies. Speaking of which, we have a request from Councillor Richardson to participate remotely this evening. He's feeling mildly under the weather and would prefer not sharing that with us. So, colleagues, we have asked the clerk to prepare a resolution as follows to allow remote participation. That the Council of the Municipality of North Perth permits Councillor Richardson's remote participation at the May 6, 2024 Council meeting. Can I call for a mover? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Callum. Seconded by Councillor Rothwell. Thank you. Any discussion or debate on this? Seeing none, I don't know if you have it queued up or... Okay, so let's have that vote. And that is carried. If we can connect to him at this point, that would be helpful. All right, we begin tonight's meeting with the playing of O Canada. Those in chambers, as able, are invited to stand. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe peoples. We wish to recognize the long history of Indigenous peoples in Canada and show our respect to them today. We recognize their stewardship of the land. May we all live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship. Tonight's meeting is being streamed live on the Municipality of North Perth YouTube channel and will be available there after this meeting as an archived video. To those viewing this meeting via the YouTube channel, a warm welcome to you. To those present in the gallery today, by attending a public meeting of the Council, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded. Anyone who is invited to speak will be recorded, and their voice, image, and comments will form part of the live stream. The chair and or the clerk have the discretion and authority at any time to direct the termination or interruption of live streaming. Such direction will only be given in exceptional circumstances when deemed relevant. Circumstances may include instances where the content of debate is considered misleading, defamatory, or potentially inappropriate to be published. Attendees are advised that they may be subject to legal action if their actions result in inappropriate and or unacceptable behavior and or comments. Thank you. This time I invite your decorum over the course of the coming meeting. I do have regrets tonight from Councillor Andreessen. Let us move to item 5 on our agenda pertaining to pecuniary interest. For the benefit of those unfamiliar with our council practices, provincial legislation requires councillors with a potential pecuniary or financial interest in any item at the council table to declare this interest and to remove her or himself from discussions and voting on the item. In accordance with recommended protocol at this time, I invite all councillors with a perceived pecuniary interest, including those who have already declared in writing, to verbally advise the chair in public session and to submit documentation to this effect in writing to the clerk if not already done. Councillors are further reminded that should a potential conflict arise during the meeting, they may so declare and act at any point in the meeting. First tonight, we will turn to Deputy Mayor Callum.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Kaysenberg, I would like to declare pecuniary interest on 2 items on this evening's agenda. First one being 9.1.2, the tender for reconstruction of York and Nelson Avenue, as well as the confirmatory bylaw. 17.1 is Armstrong Paving is a client of mine. Item 2, also declare pecuniary interest on item 15, the closed session regarding United Housing as discussed with the clerk, and subsequently 17.1, the confirmatory bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Callum. Anyone else with pecuniary interest before I make my declaration this evening? Seeing none, I too will declare on an item that is in our closed session agenda of the meeting, which is item 15 on our agenda, the item pertaining to United Housing. I am employed by that organization, by the United Way of Perth Huron, which is the parent of United Housing. I will also declare, therefore, a conflict on item 17.1, the confirmatory bylaw, for the same reason. All right, we're not seeing any others, so let's move forward. My role as chair prompts me to manage the flow of proceedings tonight and largely in accord with our agenda. We usually do have some participating remotely by web conference, including Councillor Richardson tonight. Should they wish to speak, they may draw the attention of the clerk to this using the conferencing technology's text chat function. If technical difficulties arise for remote participants, we have Colton with us tonight and we'll try to send him to assist. Let us now focus on the people's business. Part of that requires or warrants us putting away our phones. Regarding item 6 of our agenda, I have a resolution for our consideration related to the approval of the agenda as follows: that the agenda for tonight's meeting be approved. Can I call for mover? Councillor Anstett, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Nordham, thank you. Any discussion or debate on this one? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And we have 9 votes. That is carried. Thank you. Let's move to item 7 on our agenda, the so-called consent agenda. Consent items are placed on our agenda because they are believed to be non-contentious yet they may warrant Council's recognition and or action. Grouping them expedites our business. However, any councillor wishing to extract an item from the consent agenda for discussion, debate, or individual action may do so. There are 13 items on our consent agenda tonight, including the minutes of our last regular council meeting. Colleagues, anything to extract here or any corrections that need to be made to the minutes? Councillor Rothwell, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Kasenberg and council members of the public and staff. Item 7.4, please. I'd like to have a conversation regarding the request for improvements for Livingstone Park.
Thank you, Councillor Rothwell. I'm going to invite council to have a look at 7.9, 7.11, and 7.12 tonight as well. I think there's a cause for us to be interested in those items. Anyone else wishing to add to our discussions? All right, let's proceed.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to extract 7.6, if that's possible.
7.6. So we have a lengthy list tonight. All right, let's go with everybody but me first. Councillor Rothwell, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor Kasenberg. I would like to, with council's permission, request staff for a report regarding the request in terms of potential action that the municipality could take regarding possible improvements to Livingston Park.
All right, so I consider moved a resolution directing staff to prepare a report on this by Councillor Rothwell. Who would like to second that? Councillor Johnston will serve as seconder. Any discussion or debate on this one? Seeing none, if the clerks are with us, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you, Councillor Rothwell. Councillor Nordholm, let's go to you next.
Thanks, and through you, Mayor Kasenberg, we received a letter from the Honourable Lisa Thompson, the Minister of Agriculture and Food and Rural Affairs. She said it has been brought to her attention that some municipalities in the province have been changing their stormwater fee structures. I'm just curious if this impacts North Perth at all, or if it's more to our urban municipalities.
All right, I'm going to turn to CAO Snell and see if he has an immediate answer to that.
So in North Perth, our stormwater levy only applies to the urban built-up development area of Listowel. It does not include any agricultural properties. So the way we've structured our stormwater levies, it does not impact any agriculturally owned lands. And that would be all covered under the Drainage Act.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nothing further on that one, Councillor Newman? Okay, thank you. So let's turn to 7.9. I'll draw Council's attention to a resolution from the Township of the Archipelago, wherein they point out that there's some confusion around the potential for the province to discontinue funded public health unit testing of drinking water from wells across the province. I have read some materials which seem to suggest that the minister is not all that committed to that action, but certainly there's an opportunity for us to lend our voice to the Township of Archipelago and indicating that we think it's a bad idea to remove public funding for drinking well testing, which has long been a practice in the province. So I'd like to move a resolution of support for this particular item. Will you second that, Councillor Rothwell, or do you wish to speak?
I'm willing to second the motion. I just if I can speak to that.
Sure. So seconded by Councillor Rothwell. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Kasenberg. You may recall, or council may recall, I did bring this forward, the Source Protection Committee that I represent North Perth on for the Sauble Maitland Source Protection Area, brought this matter and did circulate that to all municipalities in Ontario as well as all source protection regions. There's been significant support for that resolution. I thought that we had made support of that earlier, but I could be mistaken. If we haven't, I certainly fully agree we should. And most recently, the health minister herself did speak to the importance of this matter, of continued funding, or that there would be no change to the free water testing for private wells. So that's an important initiative that we believe needs to continue in terms of the source protection region, so much so that there is a WaterWise event coming up. It's going to be hosted in Atwood in June. The Atwood Lions are part of that program, as well as water bottles are going to be distributed at the firefighters' breakfast that we're having. So more information will come forward on that, but it speaks to this very issue in terms of the importance of free, continued water testing for free for private wells.
Thank you, Councillor Rothwell. Maybe I should turn to the clerk. Are we aware of having passed a resolution that is fairly identical to the one from the Township of the Archipelago? Clerk Carter.
Through you, Mayor Kasenberg, I'm not aware of one to the same extent as the one in question, so I would say you can move it.
All right, thank you. All right, so it's duly moved and seconded. Anyone else wishing to weigh in at this point before we consider the matter? All right, let's have a vote.
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Anstedt records a manual in favor vote. And we have 9 votes accounted for. That is carried. Thank you. Let's turn next to item 7.11. This is a resolution from Hastings County. And they certainly have told a colorful story of the challenges of infrastructure. It's certainly my understanding of most of the circumstances of small municipalities is that we are facing infrastructure cliffs over the next decade. The costs are going to be enormous. And this certainly calls on the province and the federal government to both be involved in addressing some of this infrastructure problem, and not particularly show favor, I think, to the large urban centers, which seemingly, at least with regards to the housing funding, is the case. So I'm proposing that we send a letter that echoes our support for the concepts of this letter from the Hastings County, sorry, I was going to say Township of Hastings, but that probably is not the correct thing. So I will move that if necessary. Councillor Nordum, looks like you're in for seconding on this one. Any discussion or debate? Councillor Anstedt, please.
I'm sure we'll do this, Clerk Carter, but just so we could make sure that it would go to our MPP and our MP as well. Thank you.
Right. Thanks for the reminder of the importance of that. Thank you. All right. Anyone else wishing to weigh in? Okay, let's have a vote then. And that is carried. Thank you. And then let's turn to Loyalist Township. They've presented a compelling letter speaking to the issues of AODA compliance and accessibility for Ontarians with disabilities. I think they have reminded that while there has been some history of funding made available earlier on in the AODA life cycle, we're actually coming up to some significant stewardship deadlines. And at this point, certainly some of the municipalities are finding that they, again, are facing a financial cliff here. So there's an invitation to the province in this letter to bring forward some money to support accessibility compliance by the 2025 deadlines that are proposed in the legislation. I suggest that we send a letter of support. Can I call for someone to move that? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kellum. Seconded by Councillor Blazek. Any discussion or debate on this? Seeing none, let's have a vote. And that is carried with 9 votes counted for. Thank you. All right, let's consider the core resolution then with regards to the consent agenda as follows. That consent items 7.1 to 7.13 be received for information in the minutes of the April 15th, 2024 regular council meeting be adopted. Can I call for mover on this one? Councillor Blazek, seconded by Councillor Duncan. Thank you. Any discussion or debate on that? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. Let's move then to agenda item number 8. Our agenda indicates that we will hold 3 public meetings related to matters under the Planning Act. For the purpose of executing those 3 public meetings under the Planning Act, I will use my discretion as head of council to announce a recess that will last the duration of the public meetings. All right, let's turn to public meeting number 1. This is a public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act for a proposed amendment to the North Perth zoning bylaw. This is a statutory public meeting to deal with the zoning bylaw amendment number Z-03-2024 by Frank and Melanie Van Newland, related to property described as Lot 20, Concession 17, Elma Ward, in the municipality of North Perth, municipally known as 5734, line 57. Correspondence, reports, and comments received regarding this application will be considered by council. Those in attendance remotely wishing to make comments concerning this application will be given the opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to appeal council's decision in this matter must make verbal submissions during this public meeting or have made a written submission to council. Those wishing to receive notice of the decision regarding this application must notify the clerk via email and telephone, giving their mailing address and telephone number. At this time, I'm going to call for a summary of this application. This will be provided by Nathan Garland, who is a planner for the County of Perth, who works on North Perth files. Mr. Garland, welcome tonight. It's a busy night for you, I see. You're up.
Thank you, Mayor Kiesenberg, members of North Perth Council. I apologize for stacking the agenda a little bit on you, but we'll try to go through these in logical order. I am here to present on official plan amendment application 227 and also zoning bylaw amendment Z03-2024. The owners and applicant are Frank and Melanie Van Newland, and the agent is Patterson Planning Consultants, represented by Scott Patterson. The location is Lot 20, Concession 17, Elma Ward, Municipality of North Perth, and the municipal address is 5734, line 57. And then, there's that clicker. So just a bit of an outline showing council the subject property. So the Van Newlands do operate a large dairy farm, so that's just an aerial photo of the subject property. They also own the ones adjacent and a couple other farms around there as well too. So just an outline of the subject property where the amendment's proposed. The amendment is requested to propose for a permanent on-farm labor accommodation for up to 10 occupants. So I'll go through that in detail as we go through the slides. Just an outline of the proposed zoning, so I won't go through this in detail or read it out to you, but the request is for on-farm labor accommodations to provide for permanent or portable agricultural housing for the farm labor. It's also requested as part of the zoning bylaw, which we'll come back to later, not tonight through the OP, but we are asking for a cap of up to 10 occupants in that farm labor housing, so they are requesting to cap it at 10 occupants in that area. So just a bit of a zoom in on the subject property. You'll notice just a bit of a discrepancy between the newer updated Google imagery photo and the previous Perth County mapping. So it just shows that there's an additional barn unit along that one side. So that's the area in red where the proposed labor housing is proposed to be located. Pretty clear, closely to the front of the property, close to line 57, good visibility. Right now that area is not being farmed or tilled right now, so it's just kind of a passive, more of a hay field looks like, or just some cut grass. Directly adjacent to just kind of a horse pasture, then in front of the barn. So approximately the same proximity from the barns as the existing residential house that the Van Newlands are in, so roughly about the same distance from the barns as they are now. The applicants have provided a very conceptual draft sketch, so this has not been reviewed by the building department. This is just very preliminary, just to give council consideration of what these would look like. So they would be independent bedroom units that they're proposed for this accommodation. So each farm hand would have their own bedroom. They would have a shared kitchen facility as well as shared living accommodations. Shared bathroom, and then some locker storage as well too, just on the exits. So as I've mentioned, this is a very conceptual draft, but gives kind of a rough idea of what they're thinking right now. Things might change, like ingress, egress, doors, windows, things like that, but overall, this is kind of the extent that they're talking about right now. There's a couple of images just of the subject property that they're thinking. I've included a couple little dots. There's about 4 dots you'll see just behind those signs. I don't know if they show up very well. That's roughly the staked out location where they're thinking for the labor housing on the subject property. So right now it's just cut grass. As I said, it's not part of the larger agricultural operation, so no actively lost farm tillageable area right now. And good visibility from the road. You can see it as you drive by, etc. So not tucked away. It's out there near the front. Nice and clean. For council's considerations, we have received 3 comments from the public. 2 were provided to you just over the weekend, and I believe those have been distributed by the clerk. 2 letters of support in support of the application, so those are neighbors who have provided support for the application. 1 neighbor was concerned just with the intensity of the farming operation. New housing was a concern in the area and changing the official plan, and concerns with respect to soil, water, and air quality. No agency or staff provided comments. There wasn't any kind of concerns from agencies or staff on this one. It's not regulated by the Conservation Authority, nor does there issues with sightlines, etc. Review of the planning comments. So looking through the file, we just want to clarify just a correction in the report. This is an on-farm use, not an on-farm diversified use. This is not diversified. This is an actual on-farm use as permitted through the UMAFRA guidelines. So it's not diversified. This supports directly the farming operations. So that is one small clarification that was brought up to our attention. They're requesting to go up to 10 bedrooms. So this is 10 bedrooms. Each occupant would have their own bedroom, their own separate space, just to kind of disconnect or have a right of enjoyment. Good access and visibility. There's already an existing laneway there now that they can use and access off of, so there wouldn't be the need to create a new one onto line 57. Farming operations supports the need for additional housing. They run a large dairy farm, so they're looking to accommodate for additional housing, and they've requested that to supply for their housing. Otherwise, they'd have to go into town or find some other form of accommodation for those workers. Close proximity to the residents. As we said, it's on the property that's shared between the residents who live there right now, so they would be sharing that space. One of the big considerations or one of the items to highlight is it's not a supportable severance in the future. So they couldn't sever off this to make a future severance just based on the MDS separations. So that's also specified in the official plan that it doesn't allow for a future severance of that area. So it really is joined to the farm. It's connected to the farm. It should remain a part of the farm. Meets MDS, and just to outline as well too, currently the Perth County draft official plan policies do support that. So the right now, the current official plan policies do talk about permanent versus non-permanent and family help. So this is where the draft official plan policies are now moving towards that provincial guidance that does support for on-farm labor housing. So just to go over, my recommendation is that North Perth Council receive the report dated May 6, 2024, titled County of Perth Official Plan Amendment Number 227 and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z03 2024, submitted by Patterson Planning Consultants Inc. on behalf of Frank and Melanie Van Newland, affecting lands described as Lot 20, Concession 17, Elmo Ward in North Perth, municipally known as 5734, line 57. And that North Perth Council acknowledge that a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act for Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z0324 was held, and that North Perth Council approve in principle Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z0324 affecting lands described above, and that North Perth Council provide a recommendation to the Perth County Council that official plan amendment number 227 affecting lands described above be approved. So just for council's consideration, the official plan has to get approved, and then the zoning comes back for approval on this one. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garland. I'm going to turn to, actually, you might need to come back up. Too easy. Let's check in with you and with the clerk about notice of the public meeting.
Yes, the notice of public meeting was provided April 15, 2024 as pursuant to the Planning Act.
Thank you. And any additional comments that we haven't heard in your presentation this evening? Correspondence?
This morning, nor through the weekend.
All right. Clerk Carter, anything come your way?
No additional comments were provided. Earlier comments, as mentioned in the report, were circulated via email.
Yep, thank you. Okay. So this is the opportunity for those who are in attendance for this purpose to make comments on this application. First, we would hear from those who are in favor other than the applicant. Are there any who wish to avail themselves of that opportunity? Clerk Carter, are we aware of anyone who's indicated they'd wish to present online to us?
I'm not aware of any.
Thank you. Those who may be opposed to this application now may also address this public meeting. Are there any who would like to avail themselves of that opportunity? We're not seeing any. Clerk Carter, nothing from...
I'm not aware of any.
All right. Next, the opportunity exists for the applicant or the applicant's agent to present on this matter. It looks like Mr. Patterson is stepping forward. Mr. Patterson, welcome.
Good evening, Council. Scott Patterson, Patterson Planning Consultants, joined by the property owners here this evening, here in full support of the staff report and recommendation, and we're available to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Let's turn to questions from colleagues on council. Colleagues, any questions that you'd like to ask of this application at this time? Councillor Rothwell, I saw that hand sort of tentatively wiggle, and it's like, is that an indication or not? You're up.
Thanks very much, Mayor Caseberg, and thanks, Nathan. Oh, sorry. That's right. There was a question or a comment that Nathan Garland made in his comments about the new official plan as to whether such a proposal would be covered off under the new policies. I believe it is, but I just wanted to confirm that before we move forward with consideration for this. Thank you.
Scott may have answered that one as well too, because I think he's really in detail as well. So yes, the draft official plan does provide for on-farm labor accommodations, so that's where it's given some flexibility to that, and really dropped it down to the local zoning bylaw to kind of manage the numbers and things like that. So
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garland. Anyone else with questions before we adjourn this one? All right, I'll read into the record the usual statement. Notice of the decision of Council will be given in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. Council's decision is subject to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal in accordance with provisions of the Planning Act. And with that, we can adjourn that public meeting. Okay, second public meeting. Call this to order. Welcome to those who are attending the public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act for a proposed amendment to the North Perth zoning bylaw. This is a statutory public meeting to deal with zoning bylaw amendment number Z16-2023 by MHBC Planning Limited on behalf of the municipality of North Perth, related to property described as Concession 2, Part Lot 24, Wallace Ward in the municipality of North Perth. Correspondence, reports, and comments received regarding this application will be considered by Council. Those in attendance remotely wishing to make comments concerning this application will be given the opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to appeal Council's decision in this matter must make verbal submissions during this public meeting or have made a written submission to Council. Those wishing to receive the notice of decision regarding this application must notify the clerk via email or telephone, giving their mailing address and telephone number. At this time, I will call for a summary of this application. This will be offered again by Nathan Garland, planner for the County of Perth, who works on North Perth files. Mr. Garland.
Thank you, Mayor Casenberg, members of North Perth Council. You might see a repeat of this presentation today. They are very similar. Actually, they're exactly the same presentation, so we'll go over it twice. So feel free to ask any questions as we go through. But I am here to introduce the official plan. I'll focus on the first one, which is the Macon property. I am here to introduce official plan amendment number OP 2020 and zoning bylaw amendment 1523. The owners are Macon Development Limited, and their agent is MHBC Planning. The location is Part Lot 23, Concession 2, Wallace Ward, Municipality of North Perth. And then just for your consideration, I've highlighted both the subject properties. They are directly adjacent to each other. Apologies.
I need you to hold here. I called this public meeting to order for the municipality's application.
Oh,
So we
sorry.
should deal with that.
I will repeat that again. So this is for OP 221 and ZBA 1623, Municipality of North Perth, and the agent is also the MHBC Planning. The location on this one is part lot 24, concession 2, Wallace Ward. So this is for North Perth. Apologies on that, not picking that up. Just a highlight of the subject. Actually, I'll flip to the next slide. Just a highlight of the North Perth land. So they are outlined in blue on that aerial photo. You'll see them running along Highway 23 there, just south of line 87. Currently, they're vacant. There's nothing on the subject property, so there's no houses, no dwellings, no sheds, things like that. There is a bit of a trail that cuts across that north end you'll see, as well as a little bit of a drain feature. Currently, we're asking for consideration of the official plan amendment, and we have opened up for the zoning bylaw amendment public meeting tonight. So we are asking council to consider the official plan amendment for inclusion within the settlement area on this one. Just flip to the next page. Outline of the official plan and zoning considerations. So for the North Perth property, it is 221. The request for the official plan amendment is to include it within the settlement area. The request for zoning on this subject property is industrial commercial, so we are asking for a C3 zone, an M1 zone light industry, M1 zone special with also light industry. And there's also a parks and recreation zone. That's part of the stormwater management plan, as well as a trail system proposed on the subject property. That was done as part of the North Perth master servicing plan for that northeast part of Listowel. I'll flip this. Just a bit of an outline of the subject sketch for the property. So that's a breakdown of the subject zoning. So you'll see the C3 lands, kind of a purplish color. The Parks and Recreation, which is that stormwater management pond, that's a bit more of the green color. And then the industrial lands, that's the gray color that you'll see to the east there as well. And then the proposed road network right now that would be considered at the future date as part of the zoning and the plan of subdivision. So right now we're just asking for the official plan to be considered. But we are showing you a bit of a conceptual sketch that's been submitted by the applicant. Going through the supporting studies. So there was a number of supporting studies that were completed by both landowners. There was an environmental impact study. There is a small water body in the middle of the property that was not identified as part of any natural heritage feature for the subject lands. However, it was picked up. They have looked at that. They have identified some things like snapping turtle, as well as a small snake hibernaculum. So they are proposed to recreate that area in the stormwater management pond in the future. An archaeological study was completed. There was no evidence of information found on the North Perth property. Planning justification report and minimum distance separation. For the North Perth lands, there was no impact from MDS on the subject lands. Functional service and stormwater report was also completed. For North Perth, that was GM Blue Plan that undertook that work. Municipal comprehensive review. That's part of the County of Perth's official plan amendment. That was completed by Watsons and Associates. So that was part of looking at all the lands within Perth County for residential and industrial development. So it was noted that North Perth and Perth County has a deficiency of that. So that's why this request is coming forward to include this area in the settlement area. So we are deficient on both residential lands and industrial and commercial lands as part of that Watson review to address growth for the next 25 to 30 years. Traffic impact study was also completed by Crozier and Associates. For council consideration as well, too, I just want to highlight this. There was a noise study that was done. It wasn't included in your report, though. There was a noise study that was done because there is a compatibility with the two. We would address that further through the zoning discussion in the subdivision, but just when you have industrial and commercial directly adjacent to residential, there's a bit of a compatibility that has to be looked at. There was a noise study that was done to support those two industries going in there, and some recommendations also provided as part of that. I've tried to pull together the two sketches. You'll notice they don't quite line up, so apologies for that little bit of a jog in the road. The roads do line up, the property lines do line up there, but that's what the two areas would look like as part of a future consideration for council, just to get a visual of that. So the North Perth lands do come a little further south than the Macomb lands there. The Macomb lands kind of stop at the north end of Walton there, so. Going over the North Perth property right now. So these are the comments that are provided. MTO has had some comments and concerns with Road 4. They would be worked through the zoning bylaw amendment and the plan of subdivision, so they aren't being asked to be considered tonight, but we have provided those for council's considerations. They've just flagged it as a bit of a concern, and there is ongoing discussions with MTO. And MVCA has provided some soil concerns as well, too, for that subject property, so they have included that as a recommendation for some draft plan conditions to be provided. I'll skip over the Macomb property a little bit. Yeah, this was the best image. It was probably better than my picture images. So this is just a Google Street View image of the North Perth property. Fairly open land right now. Currently it's being cropped, a portion of it is, and there is some soil storage happening on the south end of the property. So the planning comments that I'll provide, and I'll go through these. I'm going to flip to my own slide and read them. The area was considered as part of the EA that was done for the Northeast Listable Master Servicing Plan. So that was the master servicing plan that looks at the north end. They are requesting at a future date a sewage pumping station be located in that area. So that would be a consideration as phasing goes right now. We're not being asked to consider that tonight, but that does support the servicing and development of these lands. The current draft official plan for the County of Perth does have these lands also included in the settlement boundary area, so they have considered that and shown that as a future consideration for supporting in there. The studies have supported the future development going in. There is servicing available subject to the future pumping station required. Just a note, I'll come back to this, there is an MDS impact on the one corner of the Macon land. It's fairly small, it's about 700 square meters, but I will outline that on the Macon property. It doesn't impact the future farmer, but it does encroach there a little bit on the subject property. There was concerns brought up around the stockyards in that area. There is no impacts to the stockyards from the MDS. Those are managed locally, actually, through the zoning bylaws. So the MDS does not provide a required setback from stockyard locations as part of the MDS manual. And then just finally, the density is encouraged to limit some there is as part of the noise study, there is some density issues, especially as you get closer to that industrial commercial, just with some remediation. They're proposing a berm run down the middle, so you can't do too tall a building or else there is some noise issues along with that. And then it is my recommendation, let me just flip down. So it is my recommendation that North Perth Council receive the report dated May 6, 2024, entitled County of Perth Official Plan Amendment Number 21 for North Perth Zoning Bylaw Amendment ZBA 16, 2023, and North Perth Plan of Subdivision NP 2303, submitted by MHBC Planning Limited on behalf of the municipality of North Perth, affecting lands described as Part Lot 24, Concession 2, Wallace Ward, in the municipality of North Perth, municipally known as 8331 Road 164, and that North Perth Council acknowledge a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act for zoning bylaw amendment Z16. It's not right. Z1623, and that North Perth Council provide a recommendation to the County of Perth that official plan amendment number 221 affecting lands described be approved.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garland. I'm going to check with you, of course, about the notice of public meeting for this matter.
Notice of public meeting was provided on April 15, 2024, as pursuant to the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you. Also checking in with you if we have not heard about any items of correspondence, comments, and reports that need to be revealed at this point in time.
We have heard no additional comments other than those presented to Council.
Thank you. Same with the clerk. No additional comments. Okay. Thank you. All right. This is the opportunity for those who are in attendance at this public meeting for the purpose of considering this matter to make comments about this matter. First, I'll call on those who are in favor other than the applicant, if any. Are any wishing to avail themselves of that opportunity? I don't see any. Are there any who are opposed to this application and would like to present their case to council in this public meeting? Okay, we have one individual. If you would introduce yourself and your address for the record.
It's Grant Jackson. I'm the owner of the Listle Livestock Market with my brother. I'm not really opposed necessarily to it. It's just more or less expansion for us to be able to expand our business at any time. If that would be a, a problem or not going forward. I think my brother had sent some emails to Mr. Garland and Ms. Carter with his concerns. That's my concern, I guess, is going forward. That's all. So.
Okay, thank you. We may call on Mr. Garland to respond just with general notions of response to that concern.
Through you, Your Worship, just in response to the question about expansion, There is nothing in the MDS document that would prohibit or restrict the future livestock expansion, so they would be allowed, provided they meet the zoning bylaw requirements in the North Perth zoning bylaw. So that's where the livestock or stockyard facilities are governed.
At present, if they did wish to expand in the next little bit, what
They came in with a building permit application, as long as they met the zoning requirements, there would be nothing in there that would trigger any sort of official plan amendment or.
do we anticipate anything changing after the new official plan is ratified and approved?
They would still follow the MDS guidelines. So the MDS guidelines are the overarching reference document as it relates to MDS. So those are what we refer back to. Provided those guidelines don't change, that would say include stockyard facilities into a MDS consideration, the MDS gives them an exemption. It doesn't apply to them. So they're allowed to operate, facilitate there. I believe it's still an ACM property, so they would look at, they might have to deal with noise and compatibility issues in the future. That might be the one consideration that would come in. So hours of operation, noise, light, similar to you would have like a commercial operation in the future.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Garland. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this application? All right, let's turn to the applicant or the applicant's agent. Looks like Mr. Chauvin is here. Mr. Chauvin, did you wish to approach?
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council, members of public, virtually or in person. My name is Pierre Chauvin with MHBC Planning, here on behalf of you, the municipality. This is an odd occasion for me. So I'll be talking on two applications. You've heard about the adjacent Macomb residential subdivision. This is for a plan of subdivision for industrial employment lands. This is a long time coming for you. In planning works, almost going back 10 years with the the Class EA that was done, which identified all the servicing that required to service these lands. And I'll speak to, and if you heard Mr. Garland say, these lands are proposed to be included in the new county official plan as part of your settlement area. And that's what this is for, is really to advance this forward and bring it in and redesignate the lands. So there are a number of applications here. There's an official plan amendment, which is what staff are recommending this evening. There's a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the lands, as well as a draft plan of subdivision, which will be dealt with later once at a subsequent council meeting, once draft approval conditions are established and the zoning is further refined. The official plan, as we had originally intended to propose going from urban fringe to special policy, but I believe staff are recommending a settlement area designation, which effectively does the same thing. And the zoning is proposing to go from a future development to light industrial and highway commercial type uses, as well as parks and rec for some trails that we're contemplating through the plan of subdivision, which I'll show on my subsequent slides. And as I mentioned, there's a plan of subdivision which accompanies this. We've submitted these applications back in November. They were deemed complete in December, and here we are some 5 months later at this public meeting. And so hopefully we can continue forward and working with the various comments that we hear, not only this evening, but with the agencies and responding to those with respect to the zoning and draft plan approval conditions. In terms of the lands, they're 22 hectares, about 54 acres in size. The municipality purchased these lands a number of years ago for this sole purpose, to bring employment lands to your community. The lands are adjacent, as you've heard, to the Macomb lands. Those are the land property owners who are propose to develop a residential subdivision to the east of these lands. But also adjacent to the existing built boundary of Listowel. They're currently designated urban fringe. They've always been that for a number of years in the county official plan. Through subsequent growth strategies that the municipality has undertaken, they've been identified numerous times for future growth and future development. And to this day, they remain vacant and consists of agricultural fields, as you've heard. And you've heard about the isolated pond, which will be recreating that habitat in the proposed stormwater management pond. This is a consolidated plan. we got it together to line up, I think better than Nathan, but this is essentially shows how the complete community will develop with the highway commercial identified in pink along Wallace, and then the light industrial uses in purple. There's a large stormwater management pond to the north, abutting, acts as an actual natural buffer to the residential uses of front on the line 87. That may get reconfigured a little bit. We're looking at different designs, and that may wrap around completely to the corner of Wallace and 87, but that's still being worked out. The trail that currently slightly bisects that corner of Wallace and 87 will be realigned and realigned through the subdivision and reconnected, so that'll be maintained. We've heard a bit about noise and mitigation with respect to the residential to the east. There's a berm proposed between the employment lands and the residential lands with a trail on the berm, so that'll also be zoned public and recreation. So those are the three main, or four more main categories: the highway commercial, the industrial, the stormwater management, and then the trail. I won't get into the residential side. That's a separate presentation I have momentarily. In terms of the road network, it consists of basically a grid pattern, which helps distribute the traffic. We've got two connections to Wallace Avenue, as well as another connection to the existing lands to the south. So it does have a nice grid pattern that helps distribute traffic. It also allows for connectivity to the established settlement area, as well as the proposed residential, to allow people to be able to walk, live and work and play in their own community. So in essence, when we hear a lot about a complete community, this will be a complete community. As you've heard, the pond feature will be relocated and redeveloped into the restored stormwater management facility, and that habitat that is there will be restored in that stormwater management pond. And I've spoken about the trail, which will realign through the development of the site. This is just a summary of the official plan amendment. And again, at the time when we wrote this, we thought a special policy was going to be applied, but I understand it's just simply going to be settlement area. Again, as I noted earlier, these were contemplated as through the Northeast Master Plan Class EA. And at that time, sorry, 2020, I was kind of ahead of myself when I said 10 years. Maybe it felt like 10 years, but it's been a while. And in terms of the designation, these lands, as I mentioned, were identified by the county through the municipal comprehensive review for employment lands and to meet your forecasted growth. So again, we're trying to really facilitate that. That whole process has somewhat been lagging at the county level, and we had to obviously advance this, and here we are. The zoning, the similar colors or different types of colors, but essentially the pink is the highway commercial uses, and the gray is the industrial uses, with the green being the stormwater management. The intention with the highway commercial is the typical type of highway commercial retail uses that you would see that has access onto an arterial road. The intention is that the access would be off of these internal roads, not directly onto Wallace, to help the flow of traffic. A traffic study was done. It's still being reviewed by MTO. There were turn lanes and signalized intersections contemplated at these intersections, as well as Wallace and 87, and potentially a roundabout at that intersection. So those are still ongoing discussions with our traffic consultants and MTO. With the noise study, there were not only recommendations for physical mitigation, but also recommendations in terms of the types of uses to help mitigate noise. So particularly on the uses that are interfacing with the residential lands, having uses that are more light industrial, no outdoor storage, and limited truck movements and those types of things. Having said all that, it's contemplated that through the draft approval conditions, we'll be imposing a condition that says a further noise study will be required at site plan, because until we know what specific type of use is there, it's hard to kind of guess. And so the only way to really do this properly is to implement that requirement through site plan approval process, so that when we know what actually is being built, then you can mitigate properly at that stage. Next slide. So I won't go too much in this. Nathan mentioned a lot of the studies that we've contemplated. These lands are, from a servicing perspective, you not only heard about the stormwater management pond, but they will be fully municipal serviced as contemplated by the municipal class EA. And there will be some infrastructure, additional infrastructure required in terms of pumping stations and extensions of sewers and water mains, which I understand the municipality has started doing some of this infrastructure, but a lot of it will be funded through development charges. The archaeological study came out clean, and you've heard about the traffic study, which is still ongoing and being reviewed. We've completed the noise study and environmental impact assessment with respect to the pond. So those are my comments and brief presentation. I'll try to keep it brief because I'll be back up here almost giving the same presentation with respect to the residential subdivision. So happy to answer any questions.
All right. Let me get the camera angle right here. Thank you, Mr. Chauvin. I think if you look at my hair color, it's aged about 10 years in the 5 that we've talked about. So certainly it does feel like this has been around for a little while. Let's turn our attention to council questions, comments on this application at this point. Councillor Nordum, let me just get your microphone. Go ahead.
Thanks to you, Mayor Kaseberg. Thanks for the presentation. On our transportation master plan, there was a trail showing connecting the trail and the residential area. Is that going to be happening as well?
Yes, it'll be running along the kind of property line.
Okay.
And there'll be connections within the residential subdivision to connect to it.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Anyone else with questions or comments at this point? Okay. Oh, Councillor Rothwell.
Thanks very much, Mayor Todd, and thank you for both Nathan and Pierre's presentation. In particular, I know MTO, Minister of Transportation, is still continuing their review. They've expressed specific concern about Street 4 on the plan, and if MTO does not allow for that access, will we be able to reconfigure here so that, in fact, all the highway commercial is able to be serviced from that internal Street 3?
Yeah, through you, Mayor, good question. My understanding is that we are hopeful that we could simply shift the road southerly a bit to meet the distance requirements between the intersection. That seems to be the main issue. And in fact, if you look at the Macomb plan, there's a bit of a jog in our what we call Street 5, and that'll straighten out that jog effectively, so it'll be able to go straight. So I think it's a win-win, but hopefully MTO agrees with that.
Thanks for that answer. It's always good if we're working on the win-win scenario for everyone. So my last point, and you did mention this specifically, and it gets to the issue that we're talking about, the North Perth transportation plan, about the importance of looking at that roundabout at Highway 23 or Road 164 and Line 87. I understand that was part of our the traffic study that you've done or was done on behalf of our municipality. And I'm certainly hopeful that MTO understands the importance of that, not only for this development, but for our transportation plan that we're going to talk about later. So I think it's important that we do continue on that win-win scenario for everyone. We'll add additional win for MTO because traffic will keep moving, in my view, if that happens. Thanks very much.
Agreed.
Thank you. Anyone else with questions at this point about this application? All right, statutory declaration as follows. Notice of the decision of council will be given in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. Council's decision is subject to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. And with that, we adjourn that public meeting. All right. Public meeting number 3. Let's call this one to order. This is another public meeting pursuant to the Planning Act for a proposed amendment to the North Perth zoning bylaw. This is a statutory public meeting to deal with zoning bylaw amendment number Z15-2023 by MHBC Planning Limited on behalf of Macom Developments, Inc., related to property described as Concession 2, North Part Lot 23, Wallace Ward, in the municipality of North Perth. Correspondence, reports, and comments received regarding this application will be considered by council. Those in attendance remotely wishing to make comments concerning this application will be given the opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to appeal council's decision in this matter must make verbal submissions during this public meeting or have made a written submission to council. Those wishing to receive notice of the decision regarding this application must notify the clerk via email or telephone, giving their mailing address and telephone number. If you're feeling like this is Groundhog Day, people, it is. We call again on Mr. Nathan Garland, planner from the County of Perth, to introduce and give us an overview of this application.
Apologies. Thank you very much, Mayor Kaisenberg, members of North Perth Council. This is my last application for tonight. It is made for the OPA 220 and for ZBA 1523. The owners are Macom Developments Limited. The agent is MHBC Planning. There's just the subject property to the right there of the North Perth lands. So the Macom lands highlighted in green on the subject property. So currently they are zoned agriculture and designated agriculture. They are on the east there. They are adjacent to line 87 to the north and then Walton Ave to the south. Currently you have a house and some outbuildings on the subject property, so they are located at the north end there. And they are directly adjacent to the listable livestock facility as well too. An outline of what's being requested for tonight. Very similar. It is requested to go into the listable settlement area, so it is OPA 2020. The zoning requested is for an R3 special, which allows for duplex and semi-detached, R4 special, which allows up to a fourplex, R5, which allows for apartments, and then a parks and recreation zone. So that's just an outline for council to consider. That's the outline of the requested zoning on the subject property. You'll notice there's a bit of a park space in the middle. That's the green area. The blue areas are the designated R3 facilities, and then the R4s are, I believe the R5 is purple, and then the I can't read this either. R3 and R4, sorry, apologies. I think I'll blow these up and make these a little larger in the future. Street networks is proposed throughout the subject property and connected to the North Perth lands as well too, and then there is a berm being proposed between the two subject properties through there. It's North Perth property. As mentioned previously as well too, these are the supporting studies that were completed. So there was an environmental impact study that looks at a small isolated pond. Because it's shared between the two properties, it's proposed to be removed and replicated with the stormwater management pond. Archaeological study, they did find a small piece of shared on the subject lands for the Macom development. So there was it was a little piece of indigenous as a tool that they used for doing some work. It wasn't no significance, so they found it just a little piece of stone tool that was found there. So it wasn't classified as significance. They've discussed that with the ministries and the appropriate agencies, and there was no concerns that came back as part of that. Also, as part of the report, there was a planning and justification report and a minimum distance separation. So we'll go through that in a bit, but there is a bit of an encroachment from the minimum distance separation distance by one of the barns in the subject area. So currently it's used seasonally, but there is a barn that does have a minimum distance separation setback that does encroach a little bit onto this property. That barn's already been impacted by neighboring residences. There's already a house there that also impacts that, and I'll go over that just in a minute also. Functional stormwater management report for this subject property. Walter Feedy completed the stormwater report. They are proposed to use the stormwater on the North Perth lands. So that's where a lot of their stormwater would be directed. And then there was a municipal comprehensive review. That's that Watson report that was also discussed. I just want to acknowledge that North Perth and Perth County has really tried to cut back a lot on the, I'll say, outgoing settlement area expansions and things like that. So that's why it's so tight. There really hasn't been a lot of outfilling or lands left undeveloped or designated development that people can just move in there. That's why we're seeing these official plan amendments and requests for further development happening right now. Where other areas and other jurisdictions might have hundreds of acres of development land that you wouldn't need these. So really over the years, they've trimmed them back quite close to the existing limits of those towns. Traffic impact study was completed by Crozier and Associates, and then also, as mentioned, that noise study was done too, just to look at compatibility with the two lands. Overall concept, as mentioned. So for the Macomb property, we'll go through the comments that were provided. There were a few comments provided by individuals. So agency comments, the MVCA did provide similar comments to the North Perth property. They are requesting a soils report and a soils review of those lands. There are some concessions brought up. School board also provided some comments. We replied back to them. I haven't heard a follow-up, but they are looking at a future school site at that north end. I think there was some acknowledgement just with respect to capacity in Listowel schools. They are looking at a future school consideration for that north part of Listowel. The public, one of the homeowners expressed concerns with loss of farmland, capacity with schools, capacity with hospitals. They did request a lower speed limit along 87, and they did question affordability. One of the neighbor business owners who we heard from tonight expressed concerns with future expansion. And then one of the agricultural neighbors to the east also expressed just a general request for an additional road connection and some fencing on the subject lands. So I'll go just through some images of the Macomb lands. So that's the view from the Macomb lands from 87. You'll see that that's that barn that's just got a red roof on it on the one picture. That's just looking towards the east. Looking towards the agricultural supply store and Listowel Farm Supplies, that's the looking towards the east there as well from the driveway entrance on the subject property. And then also just looking down that laneway towards the farm and the shed buildings. And then there's just an image to the right there. That's looking from Walton Avenue North. So that's where we connect up heading north there. So. Planning comments. So a lot of these, as we mentioned, are very similar. I won't go through them all that detail again. Is supported through the Listowel Master Servicing Plan, so that Northeast Master EA that was done and completed in 2020. The Perth County Official Plan has identified these as part of the settlement boundary area for Listowel. So they have identified these as part of the future Listowel growth area. So that was accounted for as part of that deficit number. So the Watson study looked at the deficit. This does help make up that deficit slightly. Supporting studies, as mentioned, were provided. Servicing is available. Primarily, I think there's a phasing that looks at it, so that future pumping station would be required to be addressed through the phasing, through this plan of subdivision. MDS, I'll go through this for the Macomb property. There is an MDS setback that comes onto the Macomb property. It's about 700 square meters, so it's barely just over a lot. It touches it. It looks like it's primarily rear yards that we're looking at. So we're going to look at that a little bit further through the zoning bylaw and through future development and see if any buildings encroach and trying to keep those out of that. But we're going to look at that through the zoning and through the subdivision application. I will go through that. And then also, as mentioned, there is no MDS setback from stockyards. So that does not provides an exemption to allow them to expand as they normally would. Density is encouraged and limited in some areas. Also, as mentioned, just based on that noise study and that compatibility, that makes some challenges with some higher density near the industrial lands. So this is just an image of the MDS setback that I wanted to highlight to council. So that red barn, that was part of the MDS review. So that's the MDS, that green circle you see, that's the MDS setback from that barn. The provincial policy statement, as well as the county official plan and zoning bylaw, requires to keep out of those MDS areas or apply for a variance for that MDS. That's the setback area. I wanted to highlight for council those two measurements. The one to the north shows if they ever wanted to expand that barn in the future, they are required to also comply with MDS for those barn expansions as part of MDS 2. That house to the north already is closer to that barn expansion than the settlement boundary area would, so they're already impacted by that house to the north, so they would already have to apply for a variance to address that. So that's where that house to the north kind of drives a little bit of the restrictions on that barn, more so than the settlement area would right now. So it's about 202 meters for the settlement, or the house to the north, and then it's about 226 from that the settlement boundary to the south there. So that's where that we had that discussion. So it's not the settlement boundary that's impacting that barn; it's already that house that's there that's impacting putting the restriction on that. So that restriction's already in place. I just wanted to highlight that for council. So for the Macomb property, it is my recommendation that North Perth Council receive the report dated May 6, 2024, entitled County of Perth Official Plan Amendment Number 220 and North Perth Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z15, 2023, submitted by MHBC Planning Limited on behalf of Macomb Development, Inc., affecting lands described as Part Lot 23, Concession 2, Walls, Ward, the Municipality of North Perth, municipally known as 5917 Line 87, and that North Perth Council acknowledge that a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act for Zoning Bylaw Amendments Z1523 was held, and that North Perth Council provide a recommendation to Perth County Council that official plan amendment next number 220 affecting the lands described above be approved.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garland. Don't walk away yet, just checking in on the notice of public meeting.
Notice of application was provided, as mentioned, on December 13, 2023, and the notice of public meeting was provided April 15, 2024, as per requirement of the Planning Act.
Thank you. There were a couple of comments made already. Have we received anything else that has not been covered in the comment and report summaries? No, I'm not seeing that from the clerk or from Mr. Garland. Thank you. All right, let's turn to the opportunity for those in attendance to participate in this public meeting then. At this time, I'll call on those who are in favor, if any, other than the applicant. This is your opportunity to speak to this application. Anyone wishing to avail themselves of that opportunity? And we don't have anyone online waiting for that purpose. Thank you, Clerk Carter. At this time, then, those who are opposed to this application may speak, may present in this public meeting. Are there any who wish to avail themselves of that opportunity? And we're not seeing any indication of that. At this point, then, the applicant or the applicant's agent may come forward. Mr. Chauvin is approaching.
Thank you. Good evening again, Your Worship, members of council, members of the public. Pierre Chauvin with MHBC Planning. This is an application put forward by Macomb Developments. Macomb is a local builder, as some of you may know, but now transitioning to a local developer builder. So this is a great opportunity for them, and looking forward to continuing the working relationship with the municipality. I'll try to go quickly through this application because there's a lot of similarities, as you can appreciate, and we've been working with the municipality for a number of years, pulling this together. So we've been working together with to try to provide and plan for a comprehensive community. Again, this is for an official plan amendment for a settlement area application, a settlement area designation. Included with this is a zone change, as you've heard, some of the zoning categories, as well as a plan of subdivision. The lands are, again, to the east of the municipality's employment lands and are proposed for residential. They are currently designated agricultural. They've been identified for future residential or in the county's new official plan. And again, similar to the municipality's lands, we're trying to advance that official plan amendment given some of the delays that the county has had with respect to their official plan, and bring this matter forward together comprehensively with the municipality's lands. There is a dwelling on the property and a structure. Those will be removed as part of the development as we move forward. And we expect that will be before you later with the zoning and the draft approval conditions when they're brought forward by staff. The proposed development in this case is the sort of right-hand side of this community. You can see the light yellow would be sort of the low-density singles and semis. The orange, light orange colors would be more like smaller singles, semis, and street towns. And the dark oranges would be similar, but a higher density, like stack towns and even apartment blocks, and up to 6 stories. Now, there is, similar to restrictions on the industrial side, there are restrictions on the residential side with respect to the residential uses, particularly the lands interfacing on that property line. The building heights are restricted to 2 stories in height, in order to maintain, ensure that the height of the second-story windows are below that berm that would be in facing lands. We've made the lot depths a lot deeper on that side to allow for that berm to be constructed between the property lines. We've heard, we'll speak to this in a second, in terms of some of the density and the form of housing. Like I said, some of the singles we're contemplating are the low density. When I speak low density, it's really low density, 2-story housing, single, semis, or streets. Medium densities are those dark orange areas. It would be those stacked towns, like a 3-story type of structure, or even a multiple or apartment style dwellings. And the proposed zoning bylaw at this time is recommending or proposing 6 stories in some of those or those dark orange areas that you saw on the plan. Again, in terms of overall density, you can see that in the table. And on the right-hand column, it just summarizes the density. This is gross density, so removing sort of the roads and the parkland and et cetera. This is just gross density, so it ranges. Again, that depends on the lot sizes that we end up with. But for the low density or single semis, it's about 20 to 23 units per hectare. And then on the multis, it's upwards of 40 to 60 units per hectare. That bottom row is a little off. That was not calculated properly, but overall it's 24 to 31 units per hectare if you're doing the math. The park that we're proposing will satisfy the 5% requirement under the Planning Act. You can see it's nice and central. We drew a 5-minute walk radius around that park. And you can see it encompasses all of the employment lands, as well as the lands to the south as well, which are sort of in that fringe area that are developing. I should have noted that, and I'll just back up a few slides here. The bottom half of the plan, there's 2 phases contemplated in this subdivision. The first phase is in the south end of the plan. It does not require a pumping station, nor does it require a stormwater management pond. So it's effectively ready to go from a servicing standpoint. The services are there on the doorstep. The northern half of the plan, and majority of the plan, requires a pumping station and requires that stormwater management pond that's being built by the municipality. And there will be some cost sharing between Macomb and the municipality in terms of the construction of that stormwater management pond. So, again, similar to the subdivision, the municipality's lands, it's basically a nice grid, a very efficient road pattern. We have 2 points of connection to the north and south, as well as we tried to minimize the amount of connection to the employment lands, only from a perspective of we don't want a lot of that employment traffic coming into the residential subdivision, but there is a connection there, and that connection is also proposed to connect further to the east to lands that are also proposed to be designated residential in the county's official plan as well. So again, this is just summarizing the official plan amendment and how we are proposing to implement basically the county's designation that's contemplated through their municipal comprehensive review. And these lands, as similar to the city's lands, or municipalities' lands, have been identified for a number of years through various studies, your master growth plan, in terms of future growth, the future residential growth to satisfy your needs. Zoning, again, I will not go through that in our studies, similar studies that were undertaken. And that's, in summary, that what I'd like to just end on is I've heard the comments from the gentleman earlier speaking about the stockyards or the auction. It's certainly something we can look at and develop through the zoning and the draft plan of subdivision in terms of screening and buffering between us and that particular property, either through fencing or landscaping. And even if required, we could look at similar to noise warning clauses. It wasn't required through our noise study, but we could look at implementing warning conditions for future residents who may move in there, that they're aware that there's an active operation here that may be noisy at times. So I think with that, I'll end it and be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chauvin. Let's turn to council. Questions from council. Councillor Johnston, let me just get your microphone here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Pierre. Question about the Stockyards property again. With the heliport there and the compatibility between, we got medium density houses are gonna be kind of right up against that heliport, and is there gonna have to be warning clauses on those houses? Because I don't think a heliport has any hours of operation. It's on an as-needed basis, hopefully never, but I know it went over today because it shakes my barn when it goes over, so.
Yeah.
I'm sure the noise of that is pretty good. And then on one of the maps, the Stockyards property, it carries on further down past what their, like where the heliport is there and where their, I would call it their manure yard is at the back. Their property goes further down.
Yeah, that whole green area.
Is all Stockyards property.
Yes, so it's a pretty large property.
Okay. So it does almost double past the heliport.
Yeah.
But I just wonder about the heliport and houses right there.
No, I think through Mr. Mayor, I think similar to the warning clause that I was suggesting for the stockyards, I think a similar warning clause would be applicable with respect to the heliport. So, and I'm sure we can have further discussions about that with staff in terms of how we implement that.
Thank you. I think that would be a good clause to undertake.
Yep.
All right, Councillor Nordham.
Thanks to you, Mayor Kaisenberg. I do agree with Councillor Johnson. I know this property doesn't have any MDS. I do appreciate the clauses and the notifications of to future tenants. I still do struggle with putting R5 right next to stockyards. This is a business that really impacts the local farming community. Farmers all the way up to Lindsay, they bring their livestock here. I do think there's a reason why we do not put houses close to, say, Olex or something like that. That's why I really struggle with putting houses right at that borderline. So that's where I'm coming at. I know the tenant right now, they already do get phone calls for flies. There's a manure pile there. I don't know the difference between a stockyard fly or a dairy farm fly or fruit fly, but these are things that we struggle with.
Yep. And through Mr. Mayor, I think again there are similar types of warning clauses and educational material and signage that have been implemented in other subdivisions that I've been involved in that interface with agricultural lands. And we could look at similar types of things. There's not only warning clauses, but there's signage, just making people aware that, hey, you're interfacing, you're close to agriculture, and it may smell, and there may be noise, there may be flies, and it's just a part of their life. And so you just be forewarned. The other part of this too is, I guess, what is an appropriate land use there? I guess, and how far should we be set back? I guess and the last comment I would probably make is, how long will that operation be there? And do we plan for, when we're planning for 20, 30 years out, and things may change over time. I think that's one thing in planning is you can guarantee that change is inevitable. So is that something, will it always be like that? I don't know. For now, that's the reality, and we have to deal with it. But in the future, maybe it may not be.
Can I do a second? Just a little history lesson. This business did used to be in the Food Basics Plaza, so where the Food Basics store is now. So they've already moved out of town once, and I fear if they're forced out of town again, they won't open up shop again, and that will impact a significant amount of farming in the area.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting they move out of town.
Yep.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, how do we try to, similar to how we treat the employment lands, we have to deal with compatibility. There's always compatibility issues in land use planning, and there's this question of how do we mitigate it. So what are appropriate measures? Is it a tree screen? Is it fencing? Is it warning clause? It could be all those things. So those are the types of things that we look at the plan of subdivision stage. So heard the comment, and we'll take it back, and we'll see what we can do.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Duncan?
Just one quick one. The ownership of the berm between the two properties, is that land to be all owned by the municipality, or who will own the berm?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, great question. It's the intention to be privately owned, so neither owned by the municipality, so it'll be shared between the private property owners, and there'll be an easement likely, again, so that the municipality, has the right to access it for maintenance if they ever have to.
Thank you.
Right, anyone else? Councillor Rothwell?
Thanks very much, Mayor Todd. Thank you, Pierre, and thank you, Nathan, for the reports. I think it's important for members of council to see a copy of the additional presentation which MHBC has made for both the North Perth as well as this application, because there's additional details in here that would have been nice to see specifically as we've been deliberating here. But I appreciate the information. I'm sure that we'll be able to get it at some point. The critical issue we've talked around this table, and I believe that you've made good attempts here for your developer, Macam, for density. And we've talked about building up and not out as much. The densities, in my view, seem to be relatively on the low end of the spectrum. When I look at the number of singles, I believe we're looking at 71 singles, as well as then we're looking at additional 147, gives us 218, and then 158 multis. And I know that's a total of 376 according to the report, and then plus the possible addition of additional dwelling units. And when I look at the densities that we need to be able to provide affordable housing, generally speaking, it's on the basis of higher densities, hopefully gets to those numbers that we're looking for. But I would encourage further discussion on, and again, this is not the plan of subdivision in terms of the application that we're seeing, I realize that, but they're in colors, they're in layouts, and that's what we're seeing. So that's the reason why we've given the response. And I think we've talked also around this table about assurances that in fact we are going to see affordable housing here. And I know on the application forms at the county level that that's one of the specific things that we've talked about. We don't see those applications here, but it has to be underscored through you to your client that we need significant assurance that we're going to see affordable housing units here within our municipality sooner rather than later. Certainly when we talk about phase one, as opposed to phase two, where the majority of the multiple residential appears to be. That's a concern that I have if we are going forward. So that being said, I know that the school board mentioned specifically about the possibility of a new school. So I hope that your client's willing to have those discussions with the school board regarding additional school site potentially, whether it's within this plan or elsewhere within this northern aspect of the expanded listable ward. I think it's a crucial issue for us to have those discussions with sooner rather than later. So that's my comments, and perhaps there's a response in there, but I appreciate the application coming forward, and I underscore the Councillor Johnson's point about the helipad. I do, from a planning standpoint, I cannot agree that we should put if we are going to put residential up against there, it should be singles. It should not be multi-residential. We should have fewer people there as opposed to more. That's my view. Thank you.
Did you wish to respond?
Yeah, just so on the question of density, if you go to our table, so the 105 and 158 units that are multiple residential, those dark orange areas, that represents about 36 to 42% of the total number of units for the subdivision. So it's pretty significant. It's at least a third and almost 2/3. But what's not included, and probably what we need to come back with, is the single numbers that are here, 188 to 218, only reflect singles, and they don't really reflect the street towns. So there's also street towns involved in here that would probably increase that number considerably. So we'll have to go back and adjust that. The comment about affordable housing, I guess the question, and we don't need to debate it today, but is what is the definition you're using for affordable housing? So is it attainable? Is it truly affordable, like subsidized? I don't think we're talking about subsidized affordable housing, but we can certainly, with the form of housing that's contemplated here, they will be in the more affordable range, for sure. So, and lastly, on the school site, we just received the comment that was news to me until I saw the report. And we'll certainly, definitely be reaching out to the school board to see what their needs are and see what we can do.
Councillor Blazek is next.
Thank you, through you, Todd. Thank you for your presentation, Pierre. My concern about this proposal is that I know that you have MTO doing a traffic impact study, and I know that you're waiting on more information from them, but until we can get a commitment from MTO about a roundabout or fixing the traffic problem at 87 and 23, putting that many residents in that area of town and expecting that traffic to increase that significantly, I think is actually incredibly dangerous.
Thank you. If I might, I'll pick up on Councillor Rothwell's comments. I'm certainly very interested in density, but I have not noticed a correlation between density and affordability in its pure sense. And so I'm going to ask the question very outright. When it comes to this plan of subdivision, is there any intention from the proponent to offer affordable housing? And I know we can talk about the definition, but we know what the CMHC definition largely has been. And let's go to that definition for a moment and use the average, market value against the CMHC definition. Is there any intent to bring housing prices to that point?
I'm not going to stand here before you at this early stage and say no, because we just don't know. I think Macom is a builder, all I can say, and they're here this evening, and when a time comes when they're building, and a lot of these blocks will have to go through site plan approval, and the market can change considerably at that time when we come. And I'm not going to say that no, we're not going to contemplate that, because who knows? Will that CMHC funding be available then? I don't know. There's a lot of things that can change, but it's certainly on our radar. I understand it's definitely on this council's radar. And we want to make sure that we do provide not only a mix of housing, but a housing that hits every sort of segment of the housing continuum as much as possible.
I don't want to be argumentative, but I will raise this point. The 10-year housing forecast from the Watson report shows very clearly that North Perth has a requirement for 680 affordable homes across a range of incomes and income potentials, out of a total of 2,635 homes to be built in the next 10 years. This proposition represents 12% of that total, and if none of them are affordable, we are not doing what we are supposed to do as a council to bring about a diverse and rich housing market for our community. So I do have concerns, and the fact that I'm not hearing a sort of commitment to either we will bring something or we will work with not-for-profit or government partners to bring something raises my concern. Councillor Rothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Todd. If I may, and thanks again, Pierre. I am somewhat persuaded in terms of the ranges that we don't actually see in here in terms of additional dwelling types and numbers. And again, we're jumping ahead here a little bit. This isn't the plan, but again, we're showing a plan, we're giving numbers, so that's what you're going to get. So generally speaking, in terms of affordability through the mayor, singles are Large lot singles are obviously the highest end of the spectrum, and generally speaking, apartments in terms of condominiums within an apartment are more
rental.
affordable, generally speaking, on a square footage basis and so on. That's generally speaking. So the fact that you have mentioned on behalf of your client that you're looking at stacked townhouses, we've heard from other developers that stacked townhouses are going to get us closer to what's called the missing middle to provide more affordable, whether it's, and I don't want to split hairs because we've heard about deeply affordable and everything else, but the issue is that, so whether it's our kids or whether it's seniors or whoever it is, people within our community are able to afford to live within our community. I think that's the important part. I know your clients here, and I believe that everyone has the best of intentions here, but frankly, there's in my view, less need in our community. I think the numbers will verify this, is that for large lot singles, we need to have more of that townhouses, stacked townhouses and that sort of thing to get us to that point. So if there's a willingness to have that, which I heard you to, once we get to the plan of subdivision, I think that's a commitment that we can have. And we know that housing prices can go up and down based on the building costs, building material costs and so on. But as long as we have an assurance that we're going to try to work within our community to be able to have people live here, because it's not in your interest to see vacant lots there. People need to be able to live within our community. We're a growing community. We have specific needs. Our employers are screaming out for help. So this is a great way to look at this. And as long as we are able to move forward on that basis, on that strength of what you've said, I'm hopeful that we can see that.
I do have one more question. This one may require CAO Snell or someone from our proposal. When I look at these two projects, there's clearly interconnection between them and collaboration even in parts of the proposition. I guess my question relates to the light industrial that's on the east side of the lands that are North Perth lands and the housing that butts up on the east of that. And here's the scenario that I just want to make sure I understand. If this housing development moves forward and brings forward homes that certainly are up against that berm and adjacent to industrial lands that have not yet been developed, and a proposition comes in to develop those industrial lands, have we created any complications for industrial lands to be developed in that space given the proximity to the residential spaces?
Let me answer that. Short answer is no. That's why we did the noise study. It was a compatibility study, and it recommended certain types of uses, industrial uses that would be permitted, and that would be anchored in the zoning, but also in the draft plan and conditions that would say, notwithstanding that, you need to do another noise study when you come forward with the site plan. To be clear, noise studies cannot be required at site plan, so this is an above and an over site plan requirement under the Planning Act. So will it detract certain people? I don't think so. I think most industries are aware that they have to mitigate noise. It's pretty common. But there's a lot, I think this is a belt and suspenders approach. There's the physical mitigation, then there's the zoning, then there's the actual need for additional studies.
Okay. Do you anticipate that the need for additional studies for noise will be on the part of the industrial occupant? Is that what I'm understanding? Thank you. Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, I'll read the statutory notice then. Thank you, Mr. Chauvin. Notice of the decision of Council will be given in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. Council's decision is subject to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal in accordance with provisions of the Planning Act. And with that, we will adjourn this public meeting. All right, colleagues, that means that we need to resume our regular council meeting. I'm going to declare that the recess period that was provided for the public meetings is now over and that we are convened into our regular council meeting. We do have resolutions to consider from the public meetings that we have participated in, colleagues, so I'll bring those to our attention. Let's turn first to item 8.1. We have a resolution as follows, that North Perth Council receives a report dated May 6, 2024, entitled County of Perth Official Plan Amendment Number 227 and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z03-2024, submitted by Patterson Planning Consultants on behalf of Frank and Melanie Van Newland, affecting lands described as Lot 20, Concession 17, Elma Ward in North Perth, municipally known as 5734, Line 57, and that North Perth Council acknowledges that a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act for Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z03-24 was held. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Nordum. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. We're missing one. There we go. All right, and with that, that's carried. Likewise, on item 8.1, as follows, that North Perth Council approves in principle zoning bylaw amendment Z03-2024 affecting lands described as Lot 20, Concession 17, Elma Ward in North Perth, municipally known as 5734, Line 57. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Rothwell, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kellum. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. And then the last one on this one, I believe, is that North Perth Council provides a recommendation to Perth County Council that official plan amendment number 227, affecting lands as described as Lot 20, Concession 17, Elma Ward in North Perth, municipally known as 5734, Line 57, be approved. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Ansted, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Vlasic. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried as well to the Van Newlands. Congratulations for your proposal here. And let's look at item 8.2. So 8.2, I have resolutions here for this one, that North Perth Council receives the report dated May 6, 2024, entitled County of Perth Official Plan Amendment number 221, North Perth Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z16-2023, and North Perth Plan of Subdivision MP 23-03, submitted by MHPC Planning Limited on behalf of the Municipality of North Perth, affecting lands described as Part Lot 24, Concession 2, Wallace Ward in North Perth, municipally known as 8331 Road 164, and that North Perth Council acknowledges that a public meeting was held pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act for Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z16-23. Can I call for a mover on this one? Councillor Rothwell, Councillor Johnston is our seconder on this one. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. Second, that North Perth Council provides a recommendation to Perth County Council that official plan amendment number 221, affecting lands described as Part Lot 24, Concession 2, Wallace Ward in North Perth, municipally known as 8331 Road 164, be approved. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Nordum, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Duncan. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Let's move to item 8.3 then. Two resolutions here as well. that North Perth Council receives the report dated May 6, 2024, entitled County of Perth Official Plan Amendment Number 220 and North Perth Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z15-2023, submitted by MHBC Planning on behalf of the Macomb Developments, Inc., affecting lands described as Part Lot 23, Concession 2, Wallace Ward in North Perth, municipally known as 5917 Line 87. And that North Perth Council acknowledges that a public meeting was held pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act for Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z15-2023. Can I call for a mover on this one? Councillor Johnston will move that, seconded by Councillor Duncan. Thank you. Any discussion or debate on this one? Seeing none, let's have that vote. Oh, yeah, fair enough. And that is carried. Thank you. And finally, as follows, that North Perth Council provides a recommendation to Perth County Council that official plan amendment number 220, affecting the lands described as Part Lot 23, Concession 2, Wallace Ward in North Perth, municipally known as 5917 Line 87, be approved. Councillor Richardson, we've kind of ignored you tonight. I'm just checking in. Would you like to be involved in moving something?
I would happily move that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And seconded by Councillor Duncan. Thank you. Any discussion or debate? Councillor Rothwell.
Thank you, Mayor. It was important conversations that we were having, and I'm not frankly sure in my mind I've got all the answers that I need to be confident in making a recommendation for approval. I just need confirmation through you, Mayor Todd. The recommendation is being considered by Perth County Council, I think in June, is that right? June the 4th or whatever I think the date was? Is that correct? Or 6th, June 6th? I'm just wondering for Council's consideration as to whether others are feeling that way. I mean, I don't want to delay the process, but I think it's important if we need to have additional time to consider, like, for example, looking at the presentation that has additional details that we didn't have in our package, it may be helpful as well. For example, if we could just have confirmation from staff that they've had specific discussions with regarding the helipad, because I didn't hear any conversations that was had, for example, that the orange air surface is satisfied in term, and perhaps they weren't circulated, I don't know. But I would want to make sure that we are not moving forward without having an assurance that we have a landing pad relatively close by that we've had for years.
Thank you. Do you wish to propose an alternative action? There's a motion on the floor which
realize,
recommends approval.
I realize that. I just, and I know we have a lot of people waiting, so I would move that we defer until such time as we have additional information supplied by staff regarding the helipad for our consideration at our next council meeting, which I believe would be give additional enough time for consideration for our recommendation through the county council for its consideration the first week of June, June 6th.
Okay, this would be an amendment. So you'd need to make an amendment. Councillor Rothwell is moving an amendment to change the last few words from be approved to be deferred until further information pertaining to the information that he's described is received and considered by this council. All right, he's moved an amendment. Someone like to second that? Councillor Anstett will second that. All right, then the amendment is on the floor. Any discussion or debate on the amendment? I, for one, would like to see whether there's any intention towards affordability before I would consider this further as well. Mm-hmm. Would you consider having that added to your amendment?
An amended, absolutely. I would do that.
We get to the point of ridiculous when it comes to procedure, right? Yeah. Indeed. All right. Who was your seconder? Was it over on this side, Councillor Anstett?
I'd be fine. I'd be fine with that as well. Mayor Kaysenberg, and just like Councillor Rothwell mentioned, just the piece about the helipad as well, that's of interest as well. Thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment that will change the intent of the original motion, that we will defer a decision tonight until we've received information that addresses the items that we've got jotted down. Would the clerk like to advise us what you've written down as the additional things? No, she's shaking her head, no. Let's go through it. Helipad. Councillor Rothwell, work with me. Helipad.
Affordability.
Affordability. Were there any other matters that we wanted to know about? All right.
There's an ongoing discussion which we won't necessarily know about the school site. So
right.
That's a separate conversation, I think.
Okay, so we have an amendment. If the amendment passes, then it gets considered as the full motion in a second resolution. Everyone understand where we're going with this procedurally? All right. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment, pro or con? I'm not seeing any indication on that one. So on the amendment, which will amend the original resolution, let's have a vote. We'll wait for the clerk to catch up. So we're not amending the resolution yet. We're working with the amendment. We're missing one. There it is. All right. So that is unanimously carried, which means the resolution now that we consider, that is on the floor, reads something like this. North Perth Council provides a recommendation to Perth County. It doesn't do that actually at this point. It defers providing a recommendation to Perth County Council until further information is brought forward for consideration, including, and then the pieces that were in the amendment, right? You'll fix this. All right. In case the public's wondering, that's sort of like a magic spell. She's going to fix it for us. All right. So everyone understand what we're voting on now, which is the actual action here. Okay. This action proposes deferral until we have more information. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is unanimously carried. All right, Council. We have this large audience. I have an anticipation of what it is they'd like to have happen, but we normally have a health break at this point. So I think what we'll do is we'll hear from our delegation, and then we'll break after that for 7 minutes or so, all right? If you wish to stay through to see what happens later in the meeting, we apologize, but we do need to water and dewater, just like plants and farms, all right? So let's turn now to our delegation. We have a delegate. Let me get the names here and give you the usual reminder. I remind the delegations that in accordance with this council's procedure bylaw, a total time of 10 minutes per delegation is permitted, and that includes both presentation time and providing some opportunity for councillors to ask questions. Delegation is to present on the topic declared on the submitted request for delegation form, and deviation from the topic is not generally acceptable to the chair of this council. As always, we expect respect and courtesy, which inherently includes not using the names of those who have not consented to such use. So, as item 8.4, we are joined by Peter Hammer-Mueller, a resident and ratepayer who wishes to present on the subject of whether or not council should allow ATVs on a portion of the Listowel Henfrin Trail. Welcome, Mr. Hammer-Mueller, and it looks like you have some friends with you. I'll leave it to you to divide up your 10 minutes. Please step forward.
Thank you, Mayor Kiesenberg and Council. I'm Mary Cardinal. I'm here presenting with Peter and Kim Hammermuller. Thank you for an opportunity to speak to our concerns regarding the possibilities that motorized vehicles may be allowed on the North Perth Trail.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Hammermuller. I'd like you to imagine a quiet place, green, vibrant, and peaceful, where wildlife and plant life are growing and thriving. This is our North Perth Trail, where families walk and bike, explore and learn. Individuals exercise, listen, and meditate, where community members and visitors thrive in the fresh air and natural surroundings. Please take a look at the bold, underlined phrases on this slide. North Perth's mission statement encompasses our trail, promoting physical, mental, and emotional health and well-being. Quote, enabling an extraordinary quality of life for citizens of all ages and needs, end quote, and offering habitats for dozens of bird species, plant life, insects, amphibians, and mammals. This next slide shows just some of the birds, plants, and wildlife that live in the habitats along the trail, in the meadows, marshlands, and woods. The introduction of motorized vehicles on this trail will greatly alter these habitats and the wildlife that depend on them. It would greatly alter the quality of outdoor healthy living that North Perth is offering our community and the benefits it gives. There are many studies that have been done reporting the environmental impacts of ATVs. From one site, ATV Loans Canada website, it clearly defines these impacts, and it's not just one insignificant temporary impact, but there are three major ones: air and water pollution, soil erosion, and vegetation damage, as well as disturbance of wildlife habitats. This is our trail, part of our community, that is so beneficial and necessary for our well-being. It's an amazing green space, and we believe it needs to stay this way.
My name is Peter Hammermuller, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about the best rail trails benefit all aspects of their communities. And I just listed a number of organizations and that we collaborate with and have support from. And like in outdoor nature clubs, we have Ontario Nature, Nature Stratford, school outdoor classroom. There's a St. Mary's teacher that actually takes students on to clean up the garbage on that trail. Community connectivity here on East. Our trail is in there. Tours and trails brochure for walking and cycling. We're also in the brochure for Ontario by Bikes as well, and just a whole bunch of different partners and an opportunity for us to continue developing this trail to the potential that we think it can come to. Biking and running clubs, just some current ones. There's a Saturday morning runners that go from Listowel to Hemfern and back. With that, Ontario Bike has over 16,000 members, at least according to their monthly news. And this is an untapped potential. And, we need to develop this trail as a community-led and follows best practices based on relevant expertise. And these community partners, just giving, not a community partner, but to give you an example of the tourism, sustainable tourism you have, that is just from the cyclers from Ontario by Bike. And you could see just how they will benefit the community in an economic sense as well.
Thank you. And I didn't introduce my husband, Jeff, not because he didn't want his name mentioned, because I didn't realize he was standing behind me. So further to what Peter had just talked about with tourism cycling, I'm aware of groups that have come in from Fergus and Elora areas, from different areas, to specifically bike the trail. I bike the trail a lot. We routinely ride from Listowel to Henfrin, and we meet people who have come from quite a distance to bike the trail. So our North Perth Trail, as Kim had said, is really a beautiful green space. It's a nature park. It's a green belt. It is one of our public assets. And for those who use the North Perth Trail, it creates a community meeting place. For those who use it regularly, and we also have special events. For instance, the Terry Fox Run was held on it. It fosters active recreation, whether that's walking, running, or biking. It improves health, whether that's physical health or mental well-being. It lessens chronic disease costs to healthcare because people have a free, accessible place to exercise for safe recreation. And it leverages an owned asset to make our tax dollars go further. These are all purposes that align with our North Perth Transportation Vision Statement, and it supported the 4 goals of safe mobility, a sense of place, a vibrant local economy, and personal health. I should also say, for those of you who maybe don't use it as regularly, it's enjoyed by a host of users, whether they're walkers or hikers or cyclists, runners, parents with strollers, parents who have small children in the bike trailers, horseback riders, and dog walkers. It really is a very vibrant trail.
Just to make sure that I'm not overstepping what I can do in this delegation report, am I able to respond to some of the concerns that we have on Jeff Newell's report?
I'd let you respond, I think, to the top 3. I'm watching the clock now.
Okay. We're concerned. We know that in the report it says when it comes to repair, quote, exceeds available club funds, they would not be able to continue repairing any of the damage that is done from the motorized vehicles. Well, we did have some concern too with the trail wardens that really have no authority to detain any motorized vehicle for purpose outlined and are unlikely to engage in a confrontation. And unfortunately, the trail would be, not just for members of North Perth ATV Club. That would not restrict other people from just going onto the trail illegally whenever they want to. We already talked the environmental. The last part is just quickly the trail width, and this is for examples of multi-use trails, which this is. A lot of them are between 2.4 and 3 meters. And other municipalities, when they do allow ATVs on, they're looking for almost a 2-meter one-way, one ATV travel. You're looking at a multi-use trail with bikes, cyclists, runners, walkers, as well as baby carriages, children, and you're asking for 2-way traffic with not even the minimum trail that's available there. The safety of age members, you can just read that as well on that. The other one is potential safety risks. There was a call for up to 50 kilometers, and we know the MTO law is on an 80-kilometer zone. The max an ATV can go on the road is 50 kilometers. I don't think our trail was designed for 80-kilometer traffic, so I'm not even sure why 50 kilometers would have been suggested. And one that for neighbors that have talked to me about the noise pollution. 6 residential properties are within 10 feet of the center of the trail, and we know that the sound of 96 decibels of ATVs would cause a lot of would cause a lot of noise pollution for the residents that are living there in those areas.
This is a long evening for you, and this is our last slide. These are the closing comments, so thank you. In summary, the concerns with respect to allowing motorized vehicles on the North Perth Trail include the environmental damage, as has been cited, the increased cost and time to maintain the trail, a deterrent to continued use by the present users, safety concerns as has been outlined. Residential areas adjacent to the trail are expanding, such as the north end of Atwood, and as we even heard tonight, to the other end of Listowel. Now, that's not an area currently under consideration, but I fear it's just a matter of time. It also negatively impacts the current natural space. So opening the trail to motorized vehicles is not necessary. Is it socially responsible? Such a decision is not a progressive change, nor it is in the interest of the current trail users. So Mayor Kaysenberg and members of council, thank you for your consideration of our concerns.
All right, thank you. I think we've kind of used the time, so we may have more questions, but I think at this point we should probably move forward with our meeting. Thank you. At this point, colleagues, I think I'll call an 8-minute break to 9:10 for health purposes, and we'll resume the meeting at 9:10. All right?
Yeah, we're doing the transportation master plan pretty much next in a couple of awards and tenders, and then Jeff does his with a recommendation to do a more detailed survey. It's a big night. For me, it's a big night. It is a big night. Yeah, it's a big night. Another big night. Yeah, they're all big. I know.
Councillor Watt.
Well, we're going to, council's going to get a copy.
Yeah, but if you want to keep people to 10 minutes, there should be a timer on there that shows us, because I found it a bit distracting when somebody tells you, oh, give us the 3 main points, and there's people like Kim said we were not at the 10-minute point mark, so I don't know where the beginning or, I understand. And I know you guys have had to deal with a lot prior to this.
There is.
And you probably have a lot more to deal with as well.
We do. She's going to be a lot of it, but somehow, we have to deal with all these things.
Yeah. But,
All right, 1 minute before we resume. 1 minute. Council yoga. All right, let's call this meeting back to order. I appreciate that there's a large audience, and it's going to be, and I don't bet on this, and I sometimes think I should. I think it's going to be another hour before we attend to the interests that you have. So just so you know, you're in to watch some more council meeting, probably another hour before we get to the matter at hand. All right. We are turning our attention to agenda item number 9. This is reports from key departments and staff. We have 3 items tonight from the operations department. One feels hefty. That's why I'm forecasting an hour. But we'll find out as we go through. This item 9.1.1 proposes to set the stage for the next 20 years plus for traffic, transportation, and parking in our growing community. Tonight we consider again the so-called draft of the Transportation Master Plan, the fruits of a 4-year project in our community. And we're going to begin tonight, I don't see him off the top of my head, restroom break was in the line, I think. But I guess we're waiting out Mr. Couch. But when Mr. Couch returns to the chamber, he will be in charge of this section of the agenda. And he's, of course, able to introduce guests as needed. Shall we sing for a few moments while we wait for Mr. Couch to return? We could do row, row, row your boat. This side starts, this side goes next. Mr. Couch, we're waiting for you. You are to introduce this section and Mr. Chartier as well. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Kiesenberg, members of council. The meeting tonight, or the information in the report tonight, is regarding the final version of the Transportation Master Plan. So it's been a long meeting, but we're excited about this being a final version of a document that brings together much information about transportation for the future decades. Just concisely, the strategic plan outlined the Transportation Master Plan for implementation in the next 3 years. And this is a culmination of a lot of survey work and a lot of research. What we have is information being brought forward from the last meeting we had in December, which was a draft plan. We went out to the community and we asked in several ways for more information and more feedback on the final draft. And tonight, Mr. Chartier is going to bring forward that information and explain what we learned, what is new, and how we modified the plan to suit. And that's what sits in front of you tonight for approval. I'll be able to answer any questions after the presentation from Mr. Chartier. He'll be able to answer questions as well, and then we can take a closer look at the recommendation in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Couch, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council for the opportunity to speak this evening. As mentioned, we're presenting the recommended Transportation Master Plan for the municipality of North Perth. Just quickly, I'll try to keep the presentation brief. For some folks who may not know what the Transportation Master Plan is, it's the long-term strategy to strengthen and support the different elements of the transportation network serving North Perth. And it's particularly focused on the municipality's roads and active transportation network, those elements that are under the municipality's jurisdiction. The plan sets out a whole host of facility improvements and supporting policies and programs to meet the transportation needs of the community to the year 2041, and I'd like to say beyond, because many of the things that you will be setting out in the plan will carry on in perpetuity. It's important to note that the plan is aligned with other local municipal policies, as well as the directions of the County of Perth, and where appropriate, the provincial plans and policies as well. Next slide, please. Just a very brief overview of the document. It has about 130 pages, the main part, with another couple hundred of appendices. Basically, it's structured into 6 main sections with an executive summary at the front. And as mentioned, there's a series of 6 appendices that support the document. Those appendices are summarized in the main plan, primarily in the section dealing with the road strategy, because most of them do affect the future planning for the municipality's road network. Next slide, please. So in terms of the review period, I was before you back in December to present the proposed plan. And at that time, you authorized release of the document for approximately a 2-month period to receive public feedback, as well as input from agencies, stakeholders, and First Nations. So the version that was presented to you on December the 11th was released on December the 12th for comment, and we closed the comment period on February the 12th. As part of the review period, there were a few obligations pursuant to the municipal class environmental assessment process, whereby we issued what is called the Notice of Master Plan. It differs a little bit from, say, maybe some of the other Class EAs that you've done at the municipal level, that call it a notice of completion. It really isn't a completion per se. It is a notice that council may take action with the master plan, but there's nothing subject to appeal or to any other sort of appeal process through council's approval or consideration of approval this evening of the transportation master plan. So we issued that notice of master plan both online through the municipality's website and posted it to your Say North Perth. At the same time, we also sent copies of it via email to approximately, I think it was 60 or 70 stakeholders, agencies, First Nations communities that are on the contact list. That list is included in Appendix A of your document, so you know who we sent it to. Through the review period, we received 3 formal comments from agencies, so the Ministry of Transportation, the Ministry of Citizenship and Culture, as well as Perth County. And we also received one submission from a resident of the community. Most of the feedback, though, was received through the Your Say North Perth site, where a form was posted that enabled participants to be able to provide their comments directly online. So through that process, there was over 300, I think it was 334 views of the document on the Your Say North Perth site, and 54 individuals left comments in the comment form. I'd like to think that that is a good sample of feedback. I appreciate it's not a complete nor extensive feedback process, but in my mind, that's typically what we would see for something of this type of nature, and it's actually probably a little bit higher than we see in other communities. Concurrent with doing that, the municipality staff also commissioned a survey through the Your Say North Perth site, specifically directed at truck and transport operators, given that one of probably the most significant recommendation of the plan deals with the proposed truck routing. And to that survey, there were 56 responses in terms of getting their opinions on current travel behaviors of the trucking community and their feedback on the proposed plan. Next slide, please. I thought the other feedback that we received was a series of comments from individuals that we considered in updating the plan, but there were a few questions that were asked in the truck and transport survey that sort of lent themselves to graphical representation. So the image at the top asked, there was a response to the question that was asked about if there were intersections improved, basically the roads improved that would form the truck route, would it help you, basically? And it was about a 50-50 response in terms of those 56 individuals that replied. The second question asked if there were a couple of other questions, but this was the one I felt was most important to share. If the bypass was implemented with the improved intersections, would you use it? Is basically what the second question asked. Or do you still need to drive into Listowel or through Listowel for work? And 3/4 of respondents said yes, that they would still need to drive into Listowel or through Listowel, even if there is a truck route, improved truck route present. So I think that's important to take into consideration as you move forward with consideration of the truck routing process. Next slide, please. So the next few slides, I'm just going to just basically rapid fire through the changes that were made to the plan from the version that you saw in December. So first and foremost, the comments that we received, particularly from the review agencies and the one written submission, were incorporated into the revised plan. The other feedback that was received tended to be variations of the comments. So we took that into consideration and incorporated those comments directly into the plan. And then sort of starting from the front of the document and working our way towards the back. We also inserted phasing and prioritization of the what now 48 recommendations of the plan. Previously, it was just a long list of items. So at the request of council and staff, we tried to put some prioritization against them. We also updated the references to legislation and plans. So some of the comments that we received from the review agencies involved making more clear reference to some of the environmental legislation, particularly in the cultural heritage area. And we also, at the last council meeting, we were alerted to the fact that the county had recently adopted updated growth forecasts and some new policy direction in the planning area. So we went back and made sure that the document reflects the draft new official plan for the county, appreciating that it still is not an adopted in full force and effect, but it is county council's intention of where things are going to go. So it's likely to, in my experience, it's likely to reflect that going forward. We also updated references to the county and municipalities' strategic plans, which had been recently adopted as sort of this term of council. Given the fact that we had looked at it a few years ago, it's sort of in the earlier phases of the project, we wanted to make sure they were up to date as well. We did update the growth forecast and the traffic projections to match what was in the Watson report. It was referenced earlier, actually, in the meeting in terms of the municipal comprehensive review. It made reference to a new set of growth forecasts for the county, and specifically the allocation of those growth forecasts to North Perth are significantly higher than what was previously projected. So what was previously projected of a couple of thousand people is now 12,000 people. So it's considerably higher in terms of the growth between 2021 and 2041. So we went back and we looked at the traffic forecasts to match those. And we did note that in the later stages of the forecast period, some of the intersections, assuming the growth continues as projected and traffic patterns continue as projected, that there could be some implications later in the forecast period. Recognizing that this is plan supposed to carry 5 years, it's something to look for as you go forward, just to plan for that moving forward. Next slide, please. We looked at the truck route phasing and the recommended action. So we made some modifications to respond to comments that were received through the review period. Particularly, there were a number of responses received regarding the routing of the truck routes or the proposed truck route along Mitchell Road, Highway 23, south of Perth Line 86, and some concerns about its proximity to the residential properties in those areas. At this time, what we've recommended is that we consider that as an interim routing, since there's really no investment required to implement that route, as it is already upgraded roads. So look at that as an interim routing, in that there'll be further review of potentially an alternative route, depending on the volume of truck traffic and its implications that do happen on 23. Admittedly, we're making a projection at this point in terms of the amount of diversion. So as opposed to, sort of reacting to a potential projection, it's our recommendation that you use it as an interim routing, get a sense as to what the diversion could be, and then continue the planning, because inevitably this is going to be a long-term process, given the financial and the other implications of implementing truck routes. So there's no need to, at this point in time, in our view, to shift away from that, but do acknowledge it as an interim solution until the further future solution or the permanent solution can be investigated further. We also have softened the language around the northeast quadrant, which at this point in time, sorry, for folks that may not be aware, we broke the truck route up into sort of in 4 quadrants around the intersection of 23 and line 86, just to simplify and to sort of better manage the process and look at more reasonable implementation pieces. So in the northwest quadrant, sort of north of line 86, east of Highway 23, we had looked at a potential routing up there, but given the fact that it would be the last one that would be recommended for implementation, and given that a lot of things are going to change between now and when that might happen, we've suggested that it be looked at in further detail again at a later point, if it is needed based on monitoring. We also made some revisions to the mapping, so there were a couple of minor miscues on the roadway classifications that we fixed, as well as the fact that there were some adjustments to the pedestrian and cycling route maps that are proposed. We did add a section regarding ORV use on multi-use trails, given the interest in the topic, and it sort of aligns with the staff reporting at this point in time. Next slide, please. We've added recommended phasing indicative costs for all of the proposed studies and policies. It was not complete with the previous version, so did increase the cost slightly, but there is now a complete list of actions that are proposed and their costs associated with them. We've updated and refined the engagement program documentation to take into consideration the materials that were received through the review period, as well as just ensuring all the documentation was consistent and complete. We revised the appendices, so primarily appendices B, C, and D, to reflect what I just talked about in terms of updated policies, truck routes, new traffic forecasts, things of the nature. And then we just made, there were a few edits that felt were helpful in terms of enhancing the clarity and the readability of the document. So there's a few wording changes just to hopefully make it easier for people to read. Next slide, please. Just to finish off, in terms of, everyone always likes to talk about the costs side of it. This hasn't changed from the previous version of the plan that was presented in December, save and except the last line related to policies and studies, and that's gone up approximately $300,000 from the previous version of the report that you would have seen in December. So it really just, it's a continuation of what was previously presented. But it is a significant dollar value. We do appreciate that, and that that there is a need to look at how that gets implemented in further detail as the municipality proceeds with implementation. Next slide, please. So finally, next steps. You have a report before you from Mr. Couch talking about council adopting the plan. And he's also recommended the development of a 5-year implementation plan for the policy and capital recommendations, which is pretty common in terms of when we do these for other municipalities. It's a common practice that they take the document that we provide and then try to put some reality to it in terms of implementation, implications from a financial perspective. And then finally, implement the plan. There are a lot of actions that are in there that can be implemented immediately. There's a number that are going to require some time, and there's ones that are going to take into the future to decide depending on sort of how things play out. And unfortunately, we don't have a crystal ball. We've done our best in terms of forecasting what's going to happen for the next 20 years, but inevitably those things don't always come to fruition, so it's important to continue monitoring and implementing those things as you go along. So thank you very much for the opportunity to assist the municipality with this project. It's been a great undertaking. I'd like to thank staff as well. They've put a lot of effort into providing comments, information, input as we've gone along. So with that, Mr. Mayor, happy to turn it back to you, and if there's any questions, happy to answer them.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chartier. It's been a pleasure to have you before us several times, and we appreciate the work that's been done to date and the work of staff to support you. Colleagues, questions, first comments. This is a massive report. Spent hours poring over it myself. So questions, there must be some. Who wants to go first? Mark. Councillor Noonan.
Thanks, Mayor Kiesenberg. Yeah, generally, the master plan looks good. Are we still planning on putting a cycling network on line 84 and line 87?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor to Councillor. Yes, that was a question, a comment that came up through the consultation process about intermingling cyclists with potentially heavy vehicles. So in my mind, I think there's an opportunity, one, depending on how you design the roadways, to make them safe for the accommodation or safer for the accommodation of cyclists. I can point to a number of provincial highways where they have shoulders, wider shoulders, that enable people to cycle adjacent to heavy vehicles. However, if that, sort of as implementation proceeds and the use of the truck routes may grow, they may not be desirable routes. So there are other options that are available for east-west travel that the municipality could take advantage of that don't necessarily rely on those. But, sort of ideally that's where they would go. But if they can't, then as implementation progresses, then, put more focus on the other east-west routes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It's the only thing that really bites at me is that putting bikes next to trucks and large equipment, and we have a lot more better rural roads for just a nice bike, the trail. But yeah, thanks.
Through Mr. Mayor, I don't disagree with your comment, Councillor. I think in terms of we were looking at it, purely from the network connectivity and where it made the most sense for both networks, and they did overlay on the same facilities, but there are some design solutions that are possible to make it more compatible. But if we don't know the level of usage from either type of vehicle at this point, so sort of we're making our best assumptions about that the routes will be highly used by both vehicle types. If they're not by one or the other, then there may be opportunities to adjust. Primarily the active transportation one would probably be the one you would adjust.
If I might build on Councillor Nordham's question. So line 84 was repaved and widened with a more robust platform for the purposes of supporting significant trucking traffic, 3-4 years ago, Mr. Couch? And at that time, there's a massive process of buying up lands and so forth to make for wider roads. So if 84 is in this mix here, and if 84 is in the truck route mix, then it looks like we have to turn our attention back to at least a portion of 84 for the purposes of trying to address cycling or other forms of active transportation along that route. Is that how you see this? Am I interpreting this correctly, or is this or does Mr. Couch and yourself have some other concept there?
So just in terms of, and as I mentioned, I do acknowledge that there's certainly a perceived compatibility issue. Again, depends on sort of level of utilization. But if you were to say that that the truck route is as hoped well utilized, then you would look to focused cyclist activity on another route. I can speak to Mr. Couch in terms of how best to position that in terms of, sort of one or the other. But in my mind, the priority for 84 would be the trucks, because it's the sort of the best option for that of a few options, whereas from a cycling perspective, that there are other choices.
Okay. Let me just ask one more question, sort of collateral again to cycling. We've received signals, at least, and Mr. Couch, this is you. We've received signals from the Ministry of Transportation with regards to Highway 23 upgrades and improvements, and in those signals there has been some talk about trying to create some dedicated bike space, if I'm not mistaken. Did you want to comment on that so the council is clear on where that sits and what the prospects are?
Just a couple of comments. The red line on the proposed cycling network, it's ES3. It represents that bike lane that runs the length of the MTO corridor highway as an adjacent lane of 3 meters alongside the heavy traffic. And it's their layout that they provide that would work on the road for on-road biking. And that's mainly commuter biking and some tourist biking, but they're providing that. So that could be the same look on some of our roads. But I would say that as part of this, it's probably more important from staff's perspective that we identify these corridors and make sure that we understand and remember, that we don't forget that there's an east-west link. One's designated on 81, one's designated on 84 as well. We may not do both, but we need to designate those and make sure that we're keeping in mind that there's a need for the network to connect east-west in one of those blocks. So the 5-year plan as it breaks out would take a good close look at the amount of width we have on 84, whether we have safe width to provide those types of lanes, and if not, an alternate. And it would come in more specific reports, probably as part of the capital program, and that's what I've been saying in the report, and that alludes to the end of the report, that it'll give us a step-by-step review, evaluation, and then a recommendation about what the actual costs are that day, as well as whether things need to change from the original plan. But right now, the designation of things like where the trails are and that a road is needed helps us with development and helps us with planning for the future to make sure that we do not forget that it's essential as part of this roadmap.
So any recent signals from the province with regards to the 23 upgrades that would affect cycling? Because, of course, I mean, there is a sort of vested interest, I suppose, in trying to connect the North Perth Trail to the Guelph to Cotteridge Trail, and it appears that the province intends to support that sort of vaguely, at least.
They did. I think it was 3 years ago that they first met with us and explained that the upgrades for asphalt did include bike lanes up to connection into Atwood, to our trail system. New staff that we've been meeting with this month are reviewing that as well. They're also looking at the potential of pedestrian crossings. I'm not sure where this will lead, but it is new staff that we're talking to, and we were talking to them this week. We have another meeting planned in the next 3 weeks about that. They have not said formally now that bike lanes are a part of that road corridor, but I'll be asking when we get together next.
Okay. I have another question that I think you've tried to sort of give us gentle guidance around, and that is with regards to the truck route or bypass. There are costs, of course, and the costs I believe that are in this report are sort of above and beyond the ordinary maintenance that we would be doing with the roads that are implicated in this. Can you comment a little bit about how the money picture sort of flows around the truck route proposal?
I'll use 87 in the northwest corner of Listowel as an example to answer that question. 87 from Highway 23 out to 165 Gun Club Road is an example. We need to upgrade that road. We need to pave it. If we do so today without a transportation master plan, we would widen that road slightly, probably try and get 0.5 meter to 1 meter more asphalt on it and wider shoulders. It would be a significant cost. It would be millions of dollars. It would not impact the pole lines and potentially other land, but it would be significant. So the cost that's shown in the master plan is for the full width road that would be a bypass road or a truck route road. What we would do would be substantial, but not that much. What I want to bring to council and to myself is an understanding what that difference is. How much more money would we be spending on what is a truck route road? It's recommended to be that, but that's what we will do. We'll bring the difference in cost as part of the capital program in the years ahead in a 5-year projection. The document is daunting. It's daunting to me, and that's why laying it out in a more specific way with the recommendations and current values that are local values. The benchmarking was done, using paradigms figures for kind of provincial wide. So we'll use more accurate cost estimating with our local engineers to look at these segments and to bring it back in a plan that'll show what years we're doing the development.
I just want to make sure I understand clearly, though. There's stuff that we're probably going to have to do anyway, just for the sake of the roads being functional and appropriate for our community. And then there's this master plan, which introduces some new opportunities that sort of go above and beyond what we would normally do. But what we're seeing in the master plan are the costs, like all in, on those roads that would be affected anyway. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood. There must be more questions. Councillor Rothwell, let's go.
Thank you, Mayor Todd. And just to follow up on that point, I want to thank Gene and his team and our staff for the work for this massive project. I just want to carry on that conversation about some of the selected routes for the bypass piece. And in the report, it specifically talks about discussions between North Perth and the county regarding possible road transfers and so on. And I just want to pick up on this piece because I believe that we did incorporate some of the roads that would be itemized for potential bypass roads that to have discussions with the county. Have we had those conversations yet, or when are we having those conversations? Which gets to the point about who's paying for what.
The concept of the bypass roads or the truck route roads was discussed with county staff. The document has been provided to them for comment. They understand what the implications are, both for some situations where there might be multi-use trail, as well as bypass roads on county roads or intersecting them. They understood that it would come forward in more of a capital plan in more detail if adopted as a coordinated effort. So once the master plan is adopted, they would understand it. They had opportunity as a stakeholder, actually right from the beginning of the process, to bring comments back, and we're participating in this. The final draft was submitted to them directly, and I did discuss that with them. And in fact, they're waiting for results from the council to see what direction we do go with the bypass itself.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. And again, I've said before, I think it's crucial that these higher volume roads and roads that do have significant heavy traffic and so on, do quantify, at least in my mind, for the reasons why we have county roads in the first place. And there has not been a new county road in North Perth for decades. So I think now is the time to have that conversation specifically. Thank you.
I can advise, too, that County Council did approve a tender for a consultant to work on the road rationalization project for Perth County, and so that work is about to begin. I think there were only 2 of the 4 lower tiers that had submitted road segments at this point, but I'm sure the others will catch up as they realize that this is real. Mr. Couch?
That's exactly what I was going to
mention.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Who else would like to weigh in here? Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I guess my question is, there's a lot of capital costs in here, but have we looked to see how this is going to affect us operationally year over year, both with increased maintenance cost and depreciation on all the additional assets we're going to add in with this plan?
I did add that it was through the asset management plan that we would be introducing the 5-year budget, and it would involve life cycle costing and operational costings for the road changes. Because they're slower to implement, and we already have a paved surface, for example, on 87, even though it's wider, operationally, the maintenance for winter won't be that significant to us because we have the equipment. We are already running roads of that size. In the long term, there will be a higher asset value and a longer lifespan depending on how we build the road. So we'll have to just weigh that out under the asset management plan and come back with those kinds of numbers in terms of overall cost, overall replacement cost for council.
So what about the pedestrian and cycling trails and increased cost of sidewalk maintenance and such? Has that been taken into the asset management plan as well?
Yeah, it would be a factor in the operational plan. The build out of the cycling network is very much part of new development as well. And that's the important policy aspect of the document. It allows us, when development comes, to say that this is necessary. So as part of the development, like building a municipal road under a subdivision application, a trail would be built as well. Then we would inherit that infrastructure. It would connect with the rest of the network, and it would be something we would have to maintain. It would be part of the development charges process, and it would be assumed through that as well in terms of overall long-term payment and funding.
Okay, so I guess where I'm going is we all know that our operational budget affects our tax increase. So the more infrastructure we add, the more operational budget costs we're going to have. So I was wondering if we had any idea of where that was going to go in the future down the road with the addition of all this infrastructure, whether we build it or a private development builds it.
We'll have to build that in along with the facilities department, because much of this is multi-use trail in the rural area and much of it is urban as well. So we'll have to coordinate that as we bring back the operational budgets with a projection in terms of what the cost to maintain would be if there's winter maintenance, et cetera.
Okay.
If I'm following, and I'd like to add another question just to make sure that we're all on the same page. The indicative costs that we're seeing are sort of, big picture, 5,000 feet off the ground kind of costs. If we approve this plan tonight, then I believe what comes next is implications rolled into actual budget 5-year forecasts and stuff to see how that spreads out. Am I roughly right? And part of that would be, to Councillor Duncan's point, the incorporation of asset management and maintenance and all those additional costs that typically come with the assumption and in fact the development of new public facilities, for the lack of a better term here.
That's correct. And I would stress that I put in the document that the 5-year plan will be provided. However, it's an aggressive plan. All of the costs for the pedestrian network that are listed under the 5-year window in the do now column probably will not be done and probably will not show up on the forecast, simply because we don't have the resources or perhaps the funding to go ahead and do all of that in that quick of a window. So it might be stretched out longer. But the primary trails, the primary roads that need to be built will be shown in that forecast. So we will be doing another review of exactly how quickly we implement and how much we spend how quickly as part of that forecast. But the adoption of the document means that it's the path that we want to take, that the strategy is good, that the road layout and the trail layout is the one that we want to choose and share with development and dictate that needs to happen over the years ahead.
And it guides staff planning and preparation for the purposes of our future budgets and other implications, right?
Yeah, given the population projections, it's also daunting. That's an awful lot of people. It means a lot more traffic. It means a lot more pedestrians and cycling activity over the next 10 to 20 years.
Anyone else with questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Kellum.
Yes, thank you, and through you, Mayor Kasenberg, and thank you for your presentation. So one slide that caught me up there is that when the survey came back, that 73%, I believe, of the truckers still will come downtown. So what we are doing is still not going to alleviate any of the ongoing congestion on Main Street at certain times every day and Wallace North.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, I think you can read into it a few things. Firstly, I think it was always anticipated that there wouldn't be full diversion of every truck that's currently running through downtown Listowel, simply because the survey that we did about a year or two ago, that we looked at the origin destination patterns of trucks that are going through Listowel. Now, there's a vast majority of them that have a destination here, whether that be stopping temporarily to access local services or what that might be, picking up, dropping off. But we matched something like 60 to 70% of the trucks were going through, but there still means 30% are coming into town. I would anticipate that the survey results, I wouldn't categorize them as statistically significant or definitive. I would anticipate that it was likely individuals, I don't know this for a fact, but typically people that usually have an interest in something like this will usually respond. So I don't know if it's going to be purely like, 1 quarter, 3 quarters, but I think we have all along maintained that it would be ambitious to think you would get all of the trucks out of Listowel, simply because there are a vast majority of them that still have a destination here or an origin here. And you don't want to cause that to not happen anymore because it's important for local business.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else with questions or comments at this point? One of the things that I think I was particularly impressed with is that over the projection window and using the Watson data to sort of model the population, you didn't really anticipate significant and deep changes in the road network beyond this optional truck route. You want to comment on that? There's a certain amount of hope, I suppose, that goes into that we don't grow faster than our projections, the economic model suggests we might. But
yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. And I think it's a really great observation. So in the big scheme of things, population growth of 10,000 isn't like overwhelming from a traffic capacity perspective because of the nature of your road network. It's a fairly good grid of roads, lots of opportunities to distribute traffic. So, population of growth of that, although it does seem daunting comparatively to the fact of where you're at today, when we look at other communities that we work in that are projecting, 10 times that amount of population growth, that has, much more deeper and significant impacts on the road network. However, you will start to feel it, sort of as the projections go along. And one of the things we did note is that we do think it's of value to go back and look at this again in the not too distant future, because to be frank, we received the forecast sort of late last year. We don't know exactly how it's all going to manifest itself when it comes time for the actual approval, where all the development's going to go. So there probably does need to be a more fulsome traffic forecasting process heading into the next update of the Transportation Master Plan, a different process than what we would have done through this exercise, just simply because of the nature of growth, because we weren't looking at major growth when we started this, but the growth is more substantive. So the long answer to your question is that there isn't likely to be a lot of significant impacts. There's going to be some additional traffic signals, there'll be some turn lanes, things of that nature, but that should be able to accommodate most of the growth, unless there's if there's a big pocket of development that requires a few new roads or things like that to get access, then you might see some more substantive impacts.
And yet, and I just wanted to query this to make sure I'm with you. We continue to see and hear complaints about traffic queues at Wallace and Main, right? And this is before the growth that is projected over the next 10 years, which is about, 2,600 homes. So that's 5,000 more people for the sake of argument. Those queues, and I don't know if you have ability to model those or whether you have looked at that as part of this assessment, but those queues are already frustrating some people, and add another 5,000 or 6,000 people on top of that driving cars. What does that mean for that intersection in particular?
Yeah, good observation. It's the one location that, of all of the locations we studied, there's no good solution in the immediate term other than diverting traffic to other routes. Hence why the emphasis on the truck route, and maybe that becomes more than just a truck route in terms of opportunities for other vehicles to bypass that may not have a destination. Obviously, there's a lot of different opinion about the value of bypasses of communities in terms of their impact on the economics and things of that nature. But there are other options to get around. I think people are conditioned to go along those routes. So as traffic builds, people tend to find other locations. And if you make it more deliberate for them to be able to find those locations, then it can help. But yes, you're correct that intersection only gets worse over time, and that there'll eventually need to be some sort of solution that looks at changes to that configuration if it continues the way it's going today.
Thank you. Councillor Richardson, I just want to make sure that I haven't completely ignored you in terms of opportunity for you to ask questions on this. Did you have any questions here?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Kaysenberg. I really didn't have any questions per se, but what the other councillors have made mention of is there's a lot of things that we do need to be cognizant of, but that will come with time. Like it was mentioned with the 23 and Wallace, that's always a problem. And then if you do look at the traffic and with the diversion of the amount of trucks that are going to go by, it is a little concerning at one point, but there's a lot of different things that we can discuss, probably ad nauseum, until a lot of stuff actually happens. But I certainly think that we're off to a good start to get a good roadmap and be able to evaluate each thing individually as it comes forward for the budget process. But I certainly think that we're off to a good start and to have a framework in place to carry forward and execute the plan for the future. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Councillor Duncan. Just wanted to make sure you didn't feel left out. Colleagues, any other questions or comments before we consider a resolution? A pretty significant resolution, actually. Everyone looks good. All right. I have a resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chartier. Thank you, Mr. Couch. I have a resolution as follows: that the Council of the Municipality of North Perth adopts the North Perth Transportation Master Plan, May 2024, and that staff proceeds to develop a 5-year implementation plan for policy and capital recommendations related to the TMP. Can I call for a mover? Moved by Councillor Rothwell, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kellum. All right. Opportunity for discussion and debate if there's anything more. Councillor Nordham.
If I vote yes for this motion, will we have more chances to talk about bikes on truck bypasses, or?
Yes, absolutely. When we come forward with cross sections and design or make recommendations on a road section that will be developed, if it includes a pedestrian walkway or it includes a multi-use trail, you'll see that layout as part of the capital program and be able to make comment on it, and have input into design as well.
This does affect your capital planning, though, right? Like when you think about budgeting, you're anticipating cross-section and design, and that could come with a cost, which council may find of concern when it hits the table. So as long, I think that's kind of where you're going, Councillor Nordham. Okay, I wanted to make sure I understood. You understand. CEO Snell, did you want to offer comment? You picked up your microphone.
I certainly think you answered that correctly. I mean, I think Councillor Richardson laid out a good term. This is sort of a roadmap, but not saying council can't detour from the map in the future if other circumstance and more information arises.
Right. And there certainly is a significant financial implication for this plan. But as I think Mr. Chartier pointed out, there's also a significant low-hanging fruit in the plan that allows us to implement policy, which is useful, and some practices moving forward, which will help us with guiding development in the community. All right, anyone else? It's been duly moved and seconded. I think it's time for a vote. Let's have that vote. And that is carried. I am tempted to stand up and clap and cheer. It's a very, very exciting moment, in fact, that is carried forward. All right. Let's move to the next agenda item. Please note in the minutes that Deputy Mayor Callum is stepping out for his declared earlier conflict of interest. As item 9.1.2 on our agenda, Council is asked, pursuant to a procurement process consistent with our procurement bylaw, to award the tender for reconstruction of parts of York Avenue North and Nelson Avenue South. It is proposed we award the contract to Armstrong Paving and Materials Group, Inc. of St. Mary's, Ontario, in the amount of $637,222.10 plus HST, but only if the Cyclones win the Southern Cup. Sorry, I couldn't resist. We will hear from North Perth Manager of Operations, Lyndon Couch, briefly on this one. Mr. Couch.
Members of Council, 2 road projects in
I think the mic's off.
Thank you, Mayor Kasenberg, members of council. 2 road projects tonight. The first being the work that's proposed for Nelson and York. Armstrong Paving is being awarded. Their amount, $637,222, is under budget and recommended to move forward with the work this summer.
All right, that was truly brief. Thank you, Mr. Couch. We have a resolution to consider on this matter then as follows. That the Council of the Municipality of North Perth awards tender NP-017-24T York and Nelson Ave reconstruction to vendor Armstrong Paving and Materials Group Limited of St. Mary's, Ontario, in the amount of $637,222.10, excluding HST. Can I call for a mover? Moved by Councillor Blazek, seconded by Councillor Duncan. And Councillor Duncan says he has a question as well.
Thank you. Through your mayor. Lyndon, the 637,000 and the project budget was 1.1 million. Is it that far under budget?
It is. It was a significantly low bid. We're familiar with the contractor. The highest bid was basically at $1 million. So our budgeting, when we started the process, actually was higher. The engineer's estimates came down through the period, but I only list what was budgeted in September. It probably would have came down to the $1 million mark or slightly under, but we were very impressed with the numbers. We did see a low bid in the other project as well, and we're confident they can conduct the work for the money that's shown.
Okay, good.
All right, thank you. We have this duly moved and seconded. Unless I have any other questions, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. If Councillor Anstead would invite Deputy Mayor Kellum back to the chamber. All right, let's look at John Street Listowel next. As item 9.1.3 on our agenda, Council is asked, pursuant to a procurement process consistent with our procurement bylaw and with the recommendation of the municipality's engineer for this project, to award the tender for reconstruction of parts of John Street in Listowel. It is proposed we award the contract to Omega Contractors of London, Ontario, in the amount of $759,405.94 plus HST. Mr. Couch, is it a second verse, same as the first kind of story?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It is. There was a wide range in bid prices for this project. Omega Contracting was reviewed by not only the project engineer, but other engineering firms we're familiar with. They have worked in the municipality before, and we're confident they can do the work for the price bid, and the recommendation is to move forward with them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Couch. I have a resolution then for Council's consideration that the Council of the Municipality of North Perth awards tender NP-016-24T John Street West reconstruction to vendor Omega Contractors, Inc. of London, Ontario, in the amount of $759,405.94, excluding HST. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Anstead, thank you. Move seconded by Councillor Nordham. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. You have a busy season ahead of you, Mr. Couch. I envy your hair color. All right, let's turn to item 9.2, reports from the Facilities Department. I think this is the one everyone is kind of waiting for. As item 9.2.1, Council has before it a report from the Manager of Facilities, Jeff Newell, pertaining to its direction for more insight, a request that was made recently for access to portions of the Listowel-Henfron Trail by the North Perth and District ATV Club. Mr. Newell, let's have you review your report and advise on our possible next steps, please.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Kasenberg and members of council. The report is quite detailed and was there for people to read, although I do know the agenda package was quite heavy, so I will go through it and touch on some of the highlights. So if we look back, the council meeting of March 18th, council was presented with a delegation from the North Perth and District ATV Club. Following the delegation, we were directed to report on considerations and logistics related to the possible use of trails in North Perth in partnership with the North Perth ATV Club and the Ontario Federation of ATV Clubs. North Perth has a number of trails, however, for purposes of the request from the North Perth ATV group, the section is from Enfrin through Atwood to Listowel, ending at the commercial area on Barnett Street. Staff prepared a list of questions for the local club and met with executive members on April 5th. Topics of discussion included safety, trail maintenance, wardens, relationships with other trail users, insurance, and other topics. The questions were addressed in the meeting by the club's executive, and then a follow-up correspondence was sent by the Ontario Federation of ATVs to further answer the questions. The mission of the OFATV is stated as a group of volunteers with the goal of providing safe, legal, and sustainable trails across the province. The staff and volunteers are constantly working with provincial government and municipalities, championing the rights of the ATV rider. They endeavor to help the general public understand that our members are a group of outdoor enthusiasts who respect other outdoor sports and are environmentally conscious. Trail maintenance is looked after by the club to municipal standards. If budget exceeded, the club would apply for grants, and if over budget, the repair would not be completed and usage of the trail may be lost. The same could be said for private landowners that would be affected by usage. Trail signage would be posted to clearly outline expectations of users. There would be 5 trail wardens, and there would be a chief trail warden that would schedule and the other wardens to monitor the trail, educate users on regulations, and encourage membership of the club. Trail wardens could not enforce or issue fines. This would be done by OPP and municipal bylaw officers. The North Perth trails vary in width from 50 to 62 inches, and ATVs also vary in size. So there's a variety of sizes of trails and bikes that could be problematic, or it could work as well. The club does receive $65 to put towards maintenance from the $150 individual membership. Complaints concerning appropriate trail behavior could be directed to the club president. For illegal activity, and the complainant would contact the OPP or municipal bylaw. The club will do everything in their power to address any negativity towards ATV usage on trails in their local area. The club is there to protect the loss of trail use from the landowner and or the municipality. The club does maintain $15 million in liability insurance. Typically, the municipality is not named as additional insured, but this could be addressed with a memo of understanding with the club. Riding hours, days, and times would also be decided as part of the memo of understanding. Staff reached out to G2G, Guelph to Godrich, for their input because it's felt that the trail is similar in nature to the trail offered with G2G. It is a provincially designated non-motorized trail. They have concerns around safety of trail users and communities. It doesn't align with their vision of trail use to have motorized vehicles. Environmental impact and multi-user experience is also a concern for them. In light of those considerations, the decision to maintain the G2G trail as non-motorized serves to promote the safety, environmental sustainability, and enjoyment of all trail users. ATVs are currently permitted on roadways in North Perth, with the exception of some that are highlighted in the report, basically off the main streets in urban settlement areas. We did have assistance from Paradigm Solutions to give some insight into ATVs, and they touched on that earlier, but some of the benefits of the AT use are utilitarian, recreation, health, and economy. Considerations do need to be made for damage to property, both public and private, the financial costs of enforcing endeavors, increased maintenance and liability, and they recommend that risk assessments should be done. These factors, safety and liability enforcement and infrastructure impacts, tend to be the most prevalent and significant concerns expressed by the public. Urban communities also tend to be more sensitive to the less desirable potential consequences of ATV use, such as noise, poor operator behavior, and property damage. Outside urban areas where these factors are less prominent or concerning, ATV trails are more common. Paradigm's recommendation is to consider allowing off-road vehicles to operate on multi-use trails outside and/or selected trails within the listable urban area. Staff reached out to other neighboring municipalities to gather information about their trail use. The majority of those consulted do not permit ATV usage. However, in Bruce County and Georgian Bluffs, South Bruce, some of the lower tier municipalities, they do have an extensive trail network there, and they do not report any much in the way of issues with the trails that are located in those municipalities. It should be noted that Huron East also passed a resolution at one of their recent council meetings to not permit motorized vehicles on the trail that begins in Enfrin and continues east by about half a kilometer. So that trail that is, it starts in Atwood and would head west towards Enfrin. At the last half of kilometer of that belongs to Huron East, and they voted to not permit ATV use on their trails. So that could cause a challenge as well. The master plan for Parks and Rec in North Perth indicates that in order to preserve the trails, condition and limit path destruction for users, all-terrain vehicles are not permitted. So that was in a previous report a couple of years ago. I do want to indicate the pros and cons of ATV use. These are by no means in order of importance, and they're not weighted in any way. They were just as they were presented through our research. The pros of having ATVs on our trails are financial and volunteer contribution to the trail maintenance by the club. There is a system to monitor trail usage through volunteer wardens to increase the safety. There's an economic benefit to the community, signage provided by the club to address safety concerns, liability insurance provided, and they have a permitting system to generate funds for the club, which would be put towards maintenance activities. The cons is safety of other trail users in their pursuits. Increased maintenance of trail surface will be required. Noise levels for local residents. Relationship challenges with other trail users, disturbance to wildlife and vegetation, and our staff currently experience complaints on a regular basis regarding ATV use on trails. It should be noted that the ATV users who are ones that are causing complaint are not members of the local club and are currently using the trail system without permission at this time. There's been a great deal of feedback received to date in the form of phone calls and emails. And the recommendation that I would like to make for council is to do a more data-driven online survey through Your Say North Perth, as an example, to generate data that could be a summary of public input. So that is the recommendation before council. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Newell. Colleagues, questions or first comments on this matter? Councillor Blazek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Jeff. I know that you touched briefly on liability, and I just need a little bit of clarity, if I could, please. If we were to allow ATV usage on the trail and, heaven forbid, someone either on an ATV or using the trail for another reason is injured by an ATV, what is the potential for the Corporation of North Perth to be held liable?
So because it is our property, I'm sure we would be named in any lawsuit or anything like that that would would happen. But the ATV club also maintains $15 million of liability insurance, so there is added coverage of having that. Typically, from speaking with OFA ATV, they typically don't name municipalities as additional insured, but that's something we could explore through a memo of understanding if we were to go that route.
And this 15 million in liability for the ATV club, is that only protects people who are members of said club?
That I don't know. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
All right, further questions or first comments? Councillor Anstead.
Thank you, Mayor Kasenberg. Thanks again, Jeff, for your report. Just want to go back to page 2, second paragraph of your report. Talked about repairs, any repairs that would be made to the trail. And the last sentence, it's important for the club to properly manage their planned operating budget. If trail repair quote exceeds available funds and the repair cannot be completed at that time. So just want some more information on that. Are you saying that the trail would just not be repaired, or we would be repairing that as a municipality and absorbing those costs?
We would have to repair the trail because it is a municipal asset, so it would be at our cost. We do have noticeable trail maintenance expenses currently. As I mentioned, there is damage on the trail now that we still maintain on a regular basis, but the idea is that the club would be trying to maintain the trails, but if we needed to get them up to our standards, then we would have to do that. But
thank you.
To follow up on Councillor Anstead's question, if I might, what are the common types of trauma to trails that ATVs do?
typically, you would, my guess would be, is that you've got ruts if you've got damp or moisture in the trail surface. So spring and fall would be challenging times. There's the width of the trail could get expanded with gravel spray off the unit. So I would think it would just be regular trail maintenance. It would just be require more of it. But the club has also mentioned that they would contribute towards that.
Okay. Do we see that kind of damage at all from snowmobiles, or which I gather sometimes use these trails?
Yeah, typically not to the same extent. They have a grooming system that alters the makeup of the snow to level out on a regular basis. So, and then it's also a wider track versus individual wheels, so it doesn't have the same impact on the trail system. Plus, it's got the snow between the trail and the actual machine.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else with questions or first comments? Deputy Mayor Kellum.
Yes, thanks for you, Mayor Kasenberg. Does a side-by-side fall into the category of an ATV for this?
Yeah, it's a off-road vehicle, but yeah, side-by-side would be part of the same ATV, yes. OFATV, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is that something that we should be concerned about? Just asking.
They're larger.
They're larger.
They're larger.
Okay, thank you. I'm showing my ignorance here. Councillor Rothwell next, and then I think I saw Councillor Nordam and Councillor Johnston with hands up. Councillor Rothwell.
Thank you, Mayor Todd. Thank you, Jeff, for the report. Again, I think it's clear in your report, as well as in the delegation that we had, as well as hearing from the North ATV Club. We are very fortunate that we have this trail in our municipality. And I think it became very clear during the pandemic of just how important that trail is, as people found the need to exercise and get outdoors and so on. It's a gem that we need to make sure that people within our community can use. And I'm in favor of the recommendation that we should get some additional input from our community. But I am concerned in terms of the proposal from the ATV Club is that they talked about going through the proposed route, and their hope was to go further on to the trail in Huron East. But the information in your report, you said that Huron East does not permit currently ATVs on the trail as it progresses in that last kilometer, half a kilometer into Henfron, right? So clearly there's a stop point there. Even if this council were to move forward with allowance for that additional use within. So I am concerned that this is something that would open up only a portion of where they would want to go at any rate. And my other point is that I believe that our North Perth ATV Club, we're fortunate to have them. They're very active and so on, but I really do believe the change that you've noted in the report regarding ATVs are allowed on most every road in our municipality now, except for those ones that are specifically listed. So clearly there's ways to be able to get through to Henfrin without having to go onto this trail. Is that correct? Did I read that correct in terms of the roads that are not permitted as opposed to?
That's correct. So our side roads, and what we would need to look at is if the trails were open, or sorry, if ATVs were permitted on our trail, we would have to stop them at the, either have a turnaround at that half-kilometer mark, which would be difficult with the size of them to turn around. So we would probably stop before they even get onto Huron East property at that the last side road before Enfrin.
Good. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Following that, and I don't know if you know this, Mr. Newell, but has Huron East implemented an ORV bylaw, and is it permissive like ours is, or
I don't know if they have the same type of like on-road use. If that's maybe what you're asking, I don't know if they have a bylaw that relates to that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I think we had Mark was next. Go ahead, Councillor Newell.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Groswald got most of my questions. My memory is tough sometimes. Is there memorial trees close to the trail in Atwood?
That's correct.
Okay. So that might be something to consider as well.
Yeah, there's been benches there. It's an extension of what we used to do with the trees at EMCC in the park there. They're just doing one tree each year along the trail. So.
I think further to Councillor Nernham's question, the obvious question is how close to the trail are those trees?
Typically, they're set back probably from the edge of the trail. They're probably set back anywhere between 3 to 5 feet because there's a bench associated with them as well. So they're sitting right on the trail.
All right, thank you. Councillor Johnston is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff, you want to look at an online survey like through Your Say North Perth with a series of questions? Is that what you're looking?
Yeah, we haven't designed a survey yet because I wanted to hear what council wanted to do yet, but it would be a series of questions that would be typically like yes, no questions. Do you own an ATV? Do you not own an ATV? And just be a series of questions. We don't want to make it super long and difficult for people to fill out, but we do want to provide an opportunity for feedback in a way that we can collect some data, percentages, things like that.
Okay, Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I've received quite a bit of correspondence from this topic as well, both negative and positive. I guess what I would ask Jeff is one of the questions on the survey, could we word it, would you be in favor of a 6-month trial project of ATV use in North Perth on the trail with reconsideration at the end by council depending on how it goes?
Yeah, we can certainly look at adding that kind of a question, yeah.
Okay, sounds like a little bit of advice that speaks to the resolution. So unless any other colleagues have questions at this point, Councillor Richardson. Councillor Richardson, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. I agree with the proposal to go forward and put it on Your Say North Perth to get some more aggregate data. But I would like to just remind staff to, when the questions are curated, that they're actually created in such a way that you have a good weight of pros and cons to be able to, because sometimes survey questions can be a little pointed to being either negative and or positive. However, if they're listed in such a way that they, show the benefits of it if you're an ATV, like please explain type of thing. I just would like to make sure that the outcome of the data is well weighted to both pros and cons, because I too have received a lot of correspondence with this both ways. So I just would like to make sure that the survey reflects that. Thank you.
That would certainly be my hope to do that. The intention with this report was to also give a balanced pros and cons list as well. Again, not weighted, but at least some research done on both those that are interested in ATVs on the trail and those that are not. So it was tried to be as balanced as possible.
Thank you. I think we trust that that's the case too, certainly. All right. I think it's time to consider the resolution then, if council is going to nod their heads yes. As follows, this is recommended to us that the Council of the Municipality of North Perth direct staff to solicit feedback from the community through an online survey regarding ATV use on a portion of the North Perth Trail Network and report back to council on the findings. Can I call for a mover? Moved by Councillor Duncan, seconded by Councillor Norno. Thank you. Any discussion or debate further to this matter? Councillor Anstad.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor Kasenberg, through you. And just one more question, Jeff. In terms of a timeline, when would we be expecting, how long would the survey take place, and when would we be expecting to have something back in front of us?
I would think that I'd want to leave it, first it has to be designed first, which shouldn't be a problem, but I would like to keep it up for 2 weeks anyhow. So I'm not sure the budget or the of the cycle of when our next meeting would be after that time period, but we'd need some time to debrief. So I think probably about a month, I would think.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's ambitious, actually. I suspect it might be a little bit longer than a month, but good for you. Good ambition. Good ambition. All right. Councillor Rothwell, do you have a discussion or debate point?
Just on this point, I'm certainly in agreement. I'm very hopeful that staff will have our conversation with our local media, who's usually been very supportive of getting information out to our community. Not everyone's online, so whether it's radio or print media, hopefully certainly those in attendance tonight will share with their groups that they can get their information. And personally, this within our community, this can't be us and them versus them and so on. This is our community, and I think we need to be respectful of that. And I'm hopeful that whatever decision is made, that people will be respectful of each other as we move forward. Thank you.
I think point well made that we need to get out to the other opportunities to communicate the fact that the survey exists to get people there. Although given the last couple of weeks, my phone and email have been busy. So I would think that people will understand the importance of contributing on this in the survey format.
I trust that we will find ways to assist those who wish to participate and who are not internet savvy. The clerk's team is nodding their heads. And all those phone calls and emails that you're getting, Jeff, for turning your hair my color. All right, we have the resolution on the table. Looks like there's not further questions or comments, so let's have the vote on this one. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Newell. We proceed with the survey. All right, let's turn to the next item for Mr. Newell. He gets to and we get the exit here. All right. We'll try to proceed here. As item 9.2.2 on our agenda, Council is asked pursuant to a procurement process consistent with our procurement bylaw to award the tender for structural repairs to the Listowel Carnegie Library Building to N1 Construction Limited of Waterloo, Ontario. The proposed contractual amount is $87,200 plus HST. Mr. Newell is responsible for this one, and you're back.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, so council will be familiar with this. We did talk about it at our last council meeting, the fact that we needed to get approval from council in order to do work on the historically designated facility, known as the Listowel Carnegie Library. With the assistance of a project consultant, we reviewed 2 bid submissions based on tender evaluation criteria. The preservation of the historically designated facility was an important aspect of the decision. The award recommendation is based on compliance and ability to provide the municipality expected service at fair market value. To achieve desired outcome, not necessarily the lowest bid price was selected. Following the conclusion of the bid review, including reference checks, it was unanimously determined that bidder N1 Construction Limited was the recommended compliant vendor with the ability and expertise to complete the project. The recommendation, it does come in underneath budget as well, that the Municipality of North Perth award or the request for tender NP-018-24T Listowel Carnegie Library structural repairs to vendor N1 Construction Limited of Waterloo in the amount of $87,200 excluding HST.
All right, Mr. Newell, thank you for that. Questions or first comments on this one? I'm not seeing any, so let's consider the resolution that the Municipality of North Perth awards request for tender NP-018-24T Listowel Carnegie Library structural repairs to vendor N1 Construction Limited of Waterloo, Ontario in the amount of $87,200 excluding HST. Councillor Richardson, would you serve as our mover for that one?
I will move that happily.
Thank you. Councillor Rothwell will be our seconder. Any discussion or debate on this one? Seeing none, let's have a vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Newell. Busy night for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service tonight. Let's turn next to item 9.3, reports from Corporate Services Department. As item 9.3.1 on our agenda, Council is asked to rescind an earlier appointment resolution and replace same with a new resolution that updates the appointments of budget chair and co-chair for the 2025 municipality budget. This is a small revision that is a result of availabilities for the service, and you still get Councillor Nordum this year, and you'll get me next year. That's the proposition. The resolution is as follows, that Resolution 36-02-24 is hereby rescinded, and that the Council of the Municipality of North Perth appoints Councillor Mark Nordum to be the chair of the Budget Committee, and further that the Council of the Municipality of North Perth appoints Mayor Todd Kasenberg to be the co-chair of the Budget Committee. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Nordum, thank you. And Councillor Anstead is our seconder for this. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. That allows us to move to agenda item number 10. For item 10, councillors, are there any reports that you would like to ask of staff or of our committees? No, not seeing anything for that. Let's move to item 11. We have received no additional items of correspondence beyond that which was shared in the consent agenda for council's disposition. At this point, we turn then to the consideration of bylaws that have been recommended for us tonight. We have 2 total. The enabling resolution outlines for each bylaw their number and purpose. Before I read the resolution for passing these bylaws, does any councillor wish to extract one or more of them for a more fulsome consideration or an individual recorded vote? I'm not seeing any, so the enabling resolution is as follows. The following bylaws are hereby passed. 35-2024 being a bylaw to authorize entering into an agreement with Michael Burlett, and 36-2024 being a bylaw to appoint a deputy treasurer. Can I call for a mover? Moved by Councillor Rothwell, seconded by Councillor Nordum. Any discussion or debate on this one? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. That brings us to agenda item number 13. Do any councillors wish leave to give notice of motion tonight? Seeing none, that brings us along to item 14 on the agenda. Are there any announcements that would be of benefit to our community or that reflect well on North Perth at this time? And we should include Mr. Councillor Richardson in this. And I see some hands going up in the chamber. That's exciting. So let's turn first to Councillor Blazek.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Todd. Would that I have been able to give this announcement while we had a large audience, but here we go. This coming Saturday, May 11th, next door, North Perth. This was an initiative sort of put together by the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, and it is running in conjunction with the townwide lawn sales that are happening in Atwood and Listowel. But surely all communities within North Perth are encouraged to participate, to get out, to meet your neighbor. We talk a lot about wanting to maintain the small town feel of this community, and this, for me, feels like an incredible initiative to be able to do that while growing and understanding the complex diversity that exists here. So I'm very excited for this event. I will be manning a lemonade stand here at the municipal office, and there will be another one at EMCC that you're invited to go to. So please get out and meet your neighbors.
Free lemonade. And I'm manning the one in Atwood. So there we go. We have some identified councillors who are involved in this. There will be other volunteers, of course, from the committee. And we do encourage all of our community to reach out and meet their neighbors, whether you've known them for 50 years or you've never met them. This is the opportunity to say hello. I think I saw Mr. Newell with his hand up around an announcement. Did you want to come forward to the podium?
I just wanted to let council know that we had a good groundbreaking ceremony this morning for MAP 59. It's a reality now. The ground was severely broken up last week, but we did the official groundbreaking today, and so you'll see that in the newspaper as well. But kudos to the fundraising committee that is over $750,000 on a $1.3 million project. So it was big news for us today. So thank you very much.
It was an exceptional day for a groundbreaking, and that committee has done remarkable work and deserves all of our congratulations and appreciation. All right, anyone else? I'm not seeing anyone else. All right, so we are at 10:36. My forecast is that the closed session will extend beyond 11 o'clock. Given the nature of the information and the opportunity for people to talk. So I think we need to consider a resolution to extend the length of this council meeting because 11 o'clock is our pumpkin turning hour. And yes, we turn into pumpkins at 11. So we need to adjust that. I would propose that we extend the hour of the meeting to 11:30. Does that seem like a possibility? And if at 11:30 the closed session meeting is still going on, we better kick ourselves. But anyway, okay, so I think we need a resolution to the effect that council authorizes the extension of this meeting's timeline to 11:30. And we need someone to make sure that the alarm doesn't go off and police and fire descend on us at 11 o'clock. Maybe that's your job and mine as we step outside the room. Yeah. All right, so who would like to be the mover of Councillor Johnston gets the unfortunate duty of extending the meeting's length. Councillor Blazek gets to second that one, amusing. All right, here we are. If we've got this in play, let's have a resolution vote on this one. Everyone's topping up their water and looking for coffee at this point, I think. When you're ready, trigger that vote for us, please.
I got booted, so I guess
Councillor Nordo votes manually in favor, and that is carried. All right, now we consider the actual resolution to go into closed session as follows, that council proceeds in camera at 10:38 p.m. to address a matter pertaining to the following: a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organizations regarding United Housing. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Anstead, thank you. Councillor Blazek will be our seconder. Thank you very much. I think we can go right to a vote here. And Councillor Norton records a manual in favor vote. And with that, we have 9 votes. That is carried. All right. I'm going to surrender the chair at this point to Councillor Duncan. Those who have been asked to leave should leave the chamber at this point. Councillor Duncan, I've got some paperwork here for you to do. I'm actually going to suggest that you might as well tackle the minutes of the last council meeting and the adjournment motion in closed session as well. Just take care of it all for us, because I've turned into a pumpkin and I don't know how Deputy Mayor Kellum's feeling, but you know. All right, we're going to change our inputs here. Hang on. Okay.
The alarms just got out to the door. Just keep hopping on the wind. Okay, I think someone needs to check the YouTube feed. We're good?
We're good.
Okay. So Doug, should you and I step out again? Like, you think?
Are they okay to stay for reporting out, or?
Okay. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'll leave Matt sitting there. That's fine.
Okay.
Right over here. Let me go walk around.
Okay. So I guess we got reporting out. I can confirm that council did discuss matters as identified in our enabling resolution for the closed session meeting of council. Staff was given direction pertaining to the matter, the essence of which will remain confidential at this time for the reasons that were stipulated in our enabling resolution for a closed session. Okay, and I guess next we have our confirmatory bylaw then, right?
Yeah, that's right. We got to go back out.
Yes.
Thanks for coming back, fellas.
Okay. Council's mandate good practice acts near the end of its meeting agenda to confirm all of its actions and business of its meeting through what is called the confirmatory bylaw. Okay, I'm just trying to find it here. My apologies, everyone. Todd has it here someplace. Here it is. I got bylaw 38/2024 being a bylaw to confirm generally previous actions of the council of the municipality of North Perth is hereby passed. Moved by Councillor Nerdum, seconded by Councillor Ansett. All in favor? Or are we on? We're on the vote? Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to record a manual one that I'm logged out. I'm in favor. Looks like that motion is carried. We'll invite the mayor and deputy mayor back in to take over.
Try it again. Thank you. All right, colleagues, it appears we are at the end of our meeting. It is appropriate for us to consider a motion to adjourn. We're going to beat that 11:30 timeline that we set for council. That's a good news story for all of us, right? I have the final resolution of the night as follows. The council meeting adjourns at 11:11 p.m. to meet again for a special meeting of council on Monday, May 13th, 2024 at 7 p.m. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Richardson is our mover, thank you. And I think I saw Councillor Anston's hand wave, so I'll take that one too. The motion to adjourn is not debatable. Let's have a vote on this one.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Duncan records a manual in favor vote, and we're missing one more. Deputy Mayor Kellum manually records an in favor vote, yes. He thought I was going home after the last session, so we're all good. So that is carried. Thank you, and let's just refresh on this. Our next regular council meeting is Monday, May 27th, 2024. We are holding a special council meeting next Monday to address the subject of building department fees and charges. And until those times, this council meeting